Feckin' ghosts. Feckin' ghosts. Excuse me. Alnus, good morning. Watto friend. Hello, hello. How goes it?
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
What?
34 months. The first 34 months to proc step again. Watto friend. Hello, hello. And Alnus, thank you very much for saying that across on Steam. I haven't had a chance to look at it, because this morning has been aimless carnage and trying to sort boring real-life things. But I did see it pop up on Steam, so Alnus, thank you kindly. Actually, let's have a look now. Like, now I'm chatting with you lot, I can actually be like, alright, let's have a look at this game. Okay, so it's a puzzle game based on the attaché cases and Resident Evil menu systems. Okay, that's very satisfying. See, this is why I love video games right now. God. Stepgen, if I see my little baggy around the eyes, it's, I was doing a deep dive into the Embracer group over the weekend. And, oh boy, that's a whole rabbit hole. Whoa! We got a lot of theories. And slightly more information than a lot of peeps. But sadly, it's not good. JP, Watto friend. Hello, hello. No, Alnus, and you know what? When you've got the cash to do thusly, like, you know, that's the best thing you could do with video game teams. Be like, you know what? Yo, you'll deserve this. Inventory Tetris is a long and honorable tradition in video games. So the idea that someone would take that and make it into a proper game, like, stand me up. And Fearless feckin' yawn, thank you. I didn't intend to send that to you to proc a whole build of a project. It was more, it kept popping up on my feed. Because I've been looking at a few of the... Okay, sorry, friends, let me clue you in on this one. So, and in the haze of getting things done yesterday... I blept at Fearless about a thing that keeps popping up both on me for TikTok and like targeted ads. And it's basically nerf Vash the Stampede's revolver. And it looks fucking cool. Over on, I'm trying to think how to phrase it. So like, I'm a second wave weeb. That is like the tail end of the VHS and the beginning of like the DVD era, but not quite the like, you know, OG, not that kind of like OG first wave weebery. And so that I'm trying to TLDR, there are a shit ton of Animu props that existed in the world when I was kind of coming up into my pure weeb state that were so fiscally impossible for me to acquire that I could only ever admire them from a distance. And one of them were the prop versions of Vash the Stampede's revolver from Trigun. Always loved that design. Always loved it. And occasionally at AnimeCon you'd see someone cosplaying Vash who actually had the pistol and it'd be like, ooh. Like, splash forward to, I guess, what, last year? This year? I started using Etsy a lot more to look for gifts for people. I have a monstrous shopping list of gifts I want to buy people when I have the cash. Sorry, Night Valen, Kerbal, what ho friends? Hello, hello. And I started coming across these 3D model kit prints of, you know, iconic anime nonsense. And it struck me that, you know, with the cosplay scene now as defined and solidified as it is, that these things do exist. I kept looking at them, and especially the ones for Vash's revolver, because it's very cool. And yeah, last night I was like, Fearless, why does this keep popping up on my feed? And then Fearless is like, yo, I'm just gonna start printing this. It's like $6 to start making this. I'm like, what? Freaking yo! Anyway, I know, not the most exciting story. I'm still getting coffee in my system. On slightly more interesting... Okay, interesting is a strong word. You'll notice this area up and running. Though the boxes behind there, don't worry, they're not there when I'm airbrushing. They're just there to kind of cut some of the light pollution out. And yeah, I've been slowly getting started on stuff. I've been having varying levels of success. It doesn't look as cool on this camera as it is. Kerbal says the G3 entry has gotten out of hand. Good. As is the spirit of the maker. I haven't even started on constructing the frame for mine. I've just been experimenting with airbrushing stuff. When I've been getting the chance, I took my little knockoff Game Boy kit and I've been using that kind of as an experiment, and it's been alright. You know what? You know, I want to do something fancy for the buttons, and then I need to seal the case of it. But you know, I was just using this as a little experiment test spray. It's much worse than it looks on this camera. So the classic Gundam that I've been painting looks better. These look distinctly worse. But I'm alright with them. They're kind of punky. Remind me a little bit of the case mods from the movie Hackers. And Jackie Fox, Quato Wraith, Quato Friend. Aldous was saying, construction's done, but painting is a scary step. Nah, you can always strip the paint off. I mean, for mine stuff, I'm not using any of the scary paints yet, so I haven't busted out the lacquers. Because I didn't realise this until I was looking at my collection of paints. So I've got water-based ones, I've got acrylic-based ones, and then I've got the lacquer-based ones. The lacquer for that nice shiny style. Those ones are super toxic. So that's going to be an interesting one. Jackie said they're applying for a dev job at Lego, telling everybody so they won't forget to actually do it. Go for it, yo. And wait. When you say development job at Lego, do you mean like in-house development staff? Do you mean one of their actual like crafters? Give us some more deets.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
What ho! 10 months on the long ship. Thanks for your energy and inspirational streams.
I don't know if I'd say I'm inspirational. I'm definitely a cautionary tale. But get there, thank you. I hope it's been entertaining. Oh.
Could a thrifty necromancer get a flesh golem, zombie and ghost from the same body?
No. You could get a flesh golem, skeleton, and ghost from the same body. But I'm glad we had this fiscal discussion. Sorry, and Favor 6, thank you for the 200, friend. How are you doing? It's a new month, new nonsense.
What ho?
And Varbles, what ho indeed. God, another 43. Heckin' y'all. Wait, no, Varbles is 25, sorry. All the messages are kind of blurring. You'll have to forgive me as I'm trying to get as caffeinated as possible. But no,
what ho?
J-Post, Varbles, thank you both, friends. Like, that's still an inordinate amount of time. And an inordinate amount of tier 2s as well, so thank you. Let's get that little trade going. Hobacha! And Strakes, thank you for the 100. So yeah, we'll wait for everybody to get in. Today is going to be a slow day, and much like Jackie Foxbutt, I'm saying this now as to lock it in. Geek Girl Con are doing a live stream later on, a charity stream, I believe. So we'll be raiding on into them.
Teenage Mutant Ninja
Hey!
Turtles, our 4 reptilian heroes, have overcome the arch villain Shredder.
Hey, Kindball, thank you kindly, y'all. How many was that one? Okay, so 5 to the crowd, a nice iconic bit of housecarl hunting there, and you managed to get Lance Icarus, Soft Jewels. I'm not sure if that's like an electricity joke or if that's a personal joke. Jupiter, Admiral Crunch, and the War Striker. Okay, Admiral Crunch and the War Striker sounds like the best, like, 40k themed prog rock band of all time.
What do sailors charge to steal things? Pirates.
I think the Welsh guy may have killed that one, Favor 6. I'm very sorry. But thank you all the same. Anyway, friendos, what-ho, what-ho? Oh, wait, cool. Anyway, so Jackie's saying that Lego as a company are planning to boost their software department over the next 3 years. Yo, throw in for as many as you can, friend. And remember, a no today is not a no tomorrow when it comes to job applications. So it's always worth, like, rolling the dice again, like, every 6 months. Yes, and Wraith, we are returning to Memnol this Saturday. I still feel bad about the Perun stream, and yeah. But that is something that we will get locked in. Most likely the 28th, but I'll have a talk to Icarus. Again, friends, sorry if I seem a little haggard due to a combination of functioning alcoholism and my weekend's research. Sleep has been a challenge, but I've been going right into the paint on the Embracer Group acquisitions, and I turned up some interesting stuff. Kindle, you're right. I do need to ask Perun on that one. Just need to make sure I have his permission. Excuse me as I'm just slugging down caffeinated beverages. And Wraith, I didn't say today would be a slow day. I meant today is just going to be... There's a lot of game stuff to talk about. We have a game that we're jumping into today called... what was it called again? Is it Abriss? Abriss? It is a construct and destroy title where we build gigantic wrecking
online.
machines.
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
The hype train.
Indeed, making it French. British Beaver, thank you for 30 months. How are you doing? Tell me your tales, all of you! Friends! But yes, so we're going to be playing Abriss today, where we construct gigantic monstrosities to destroy huge, busted down buildings. And I don't know, I feel that some large-scale cathartic destruction isn't a terrible thing to bust out today, you know what I mean? I almost put up Brigador today, but I feel it would have been a little too on the nose, so... Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh. I'm sorry, friends. You've started a train that's going to be at least a level 2, and here I am trying to get myself up to speed. So, thank you all. Anyway, sorry for going off into space for a second there. I have been juggling a lot of things at the moment, and it never ends. It never ends.
Or, I missed a train. Boo.
It did sneak past you there, Bacon. It did sneak past you. So anyway, friends, how was your weekend? Tell me your tales. As I said, I finally got to bust out the airbrush, and it was real nice. Like, actually getting to sit down, make some stuff, like, actually get into doing some crafting. Definitely, with everything going on, it definitely helped. I also built this whole chunky unit. This is the O, or the big O, if you want to be a complete terror. I love the design of it. It's got this big, chunky surprise. However, I am not a fan of the mustard that I left out in the sun color. So at some point, I'm looking to respray this. I just need to get a decent base coat. Because while I could hand sand every piece of it to allow for the regular paint to work as a base coat, I want this proper base coat. So that'll be my little treat to myself when payday comes along. Oh, Alnus finally saw the Sonic movie. Okay, so you know what I mean by best use of Pantera in a movie so far. Of all the movies that I thought would be able to use, Sonic the Hedgehog is not the one I would have voted for. I would have thought it would have been something completely different, yet here we are. Oh. I spent a weird amount of time over the last few days recommending that people watch, what was it? The second Venom movie. Mainly because we had an interesting discussion about this. I've been recommending that people watch the Venom movie because the second Venom film because it's very good. But I described it as a gay rom-com masquerading as a superhero movie. And a friend of mine was like, wait, how can it be a gay rom-com if Venom is a symbiote? And I'm like, you know what? That's a complicated series of conversations. However, I can't explain my thinking without spoiling a large proportion of the movie. So it's like... So watch it so we can have weird discussions about why, like, Venom and Eddie Brock is one of the better on-screen relationships. God. Like I said, my weekend has been Gandams. The Saturday when my voice died was probably like the first what felt like a day off in so long. In so long. You see, Wraith, I'd agree with you, but I don't want to go into my thinking because of the plot points. Yeah, I do apologise again for going down on Saturday. It just, my voice was shot to hell. I couldn't make the Perun voice happen. I'm still negative for the bad lurg, so yay! That's definitely in the feckin' win column. The feckin' wee! But yeah, Saturday I had a proper day off, and it was lovely. Like, finally set up the airbrushing kit. I'm slowly learning. Again, as I said, I wouldn't say I'm good at this point, but had some success, had some failures. With the last couple days have been a mixed bag. I don't think, yeah. Oh, Bacon says a few of the team managed to get achievement in Sea of Thieves that Steam says only 1.4% of players have, and that is the tactical chunder. God. I do wish I could link Steam and Game Pass together. If only for Chivos. Oh, that was one thing I managed to do. I finally got the last achievement for Wolfstride. It kind of irked me that the only achievement I didn't get in my playthrough was kind of like a... trying to how to describe it. It was a Chivo for doing something bad, which I wouldn't have done as an empathic player. But I finally mopped that one up. Definitely jelly of everybody that got to spend the weekend playing a whole crapload of Sea of Thieves. I've got to wait till Friday. But, you know, not playing it without you lot, it's an important maneuver. And I'm definitely trying to make sure I don't burn out on it, you know? Because there's so much that game, and so much I want to do. Been playing a lot of Peglin. That's been pretty good. And I finally started to watch a series called Severance, which has been wonderfully weird. As someone who really enjoys like devs and, well, someone who really enjoyed Legion, who completely 180 changed their feelings on the series devs. And I thoroughly enjoy weird concept shows. Like, I'm feckin' digging it. I'm at that midway point where the mystery has not quite been revealed, but there's enough stuff to kind of get your brain chewing on it. Oh, and had a little chip away at Vampire Survivors last night. I haven't been playing anything really meaty. I tried to play Back 4 Blood, couldn't find any friendos to play with, and like randos and or quick plays just not viable. In the sense of like, in one game, I jumped in, got kicked, and I was like, alright, they just didn't set up their lobby correct, that's fine. And then I tried to find another match and was just searching, and eventually just Alt-F forward. I was just sitting there watching the little dial spin up, and I'm like, you know, I could have been playing a video game for the last 20 minutes. I know, very, very exciting. Very exciting. Okay. Is Dinobot just not doing its thing today? I'll give it another couple of minutes before I shake it loose. Yeah, sorry friends, I don't mean to invite you here onto stream and do a 1,000-yard stare. Like I said, I want to chat about the Embracer Group stuff. I know there's a lot going on right now, and I know hyper-focusing on a big games acquisition is a little weird, but, you know, focus on the things you know, right? But apparently, Dinobot being the new Meebot in the sense of it's not fucking working. Sorry, friends. Again, I don't mean to go so 1,000 yards there. The other title I've been playing a lot of, which I do highly recommend, is still Aim Climb. For those of you that play a lot of shooters and need something that's a little bit of a different pace, I thoroughly recommend it. Apparently, the House of the Dead remake actually dropped whilst we were having a natter the last few weeks. And I don't know. Upon seeing the House of the Dead remake, it kind of reminded me that there are some games that I just have too much of an emotional attachment to kind of like be... what's the term? To regard it from like an unbiased standpoint. Kid from Canada says, what did I miss? What acquisition? Oh! I'm just waiting for the rest of the crew to get in. Alright. I'll do it on Streams Live. apparently, Dinobot, because Kid from Canada, I want to get into this, but it's going to get complicated, so I wanted to wait until the crew was together before we start unpacking it, because at the wee hours of Monday morning, Embrace the Group bought a shit ton of stuff from Square Enix. Studios, IPs, the whole lot. And they bought it for equivocantly not a lot of money. So... Oh, now it does it! Son of a bad word. Right as I'm typing it. Alright, there we go. Okie dokie. So, Stammering, Book, Lost Flowers, Square Peg, what ho, friends? Varbles, hello again. Apparently, Dinobot was just slacking on the job, but as soon as I...
What ho?
As soon as I went on over to go and give it a swift kicking, it was like, oh no, I'm going to do my job. And then we stab you in the EEPROM, Dinobot. Don't ask me what happened to me, bot, Dino. Ask me what happened. And Vanderbeest, thank you for 43 months. That is the absolute amount of subs one can be throwing. Friends, according to Matt, I can become famous. God. I've spoken about this before. I do not know what I would do with fame.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Oh, Stammering, do not reward Dinobot for doing its job late. And Vanderbeest, thank you for filling the pint glass. And Lost Flowers, thank you. It's been... The lockdown within lockdown has probably been like one of the hardest points in the last couple years. And I was definitely in a fucking hole the last couple days. So, means a lot to hear that, yo. Of course, as soon as I'm hanging out with you lot, I'm fine, because I get the social interactions with you lot. Okay. Anyway, again, Stammering, even though it was for a bit, thank you for gifting a sub. Oh, Dinobot is our Discord bot. We moved away from MeBot after they started shifting NFTs, and we were like, no. Okay, so the gang's all here. Or at least as much of the gang as will be in. We'll probably end up recapping this a whole bunch. Oh, I do want to say again though, Alnus, thank you for gifting me a game. Friends, Alnus gave me a game this morning called Save Room, an organizational puzzle. And it's literally what if the attaché case from Resident Evil 4 was a whole game. I love video games. I love that that's a thing that exists. Oh, and Kid from Canada, you've not started anything at all. I was waiting until the bot had propped to let everybody in. Okay, so let's get into the chewy topics. So, over the weekend, Embrace the Group, who, if you haven't heard of, don't worry. They've kind of been a bit of a shadowy... Okay, shadowy's not fair. They've been a huge branching umbrella corporation that have been buying up quite a lot of video game companies over the last few years. Where's the article so I can give you some good quotes? Okay, there we go. No, that's the opinion piece. I don't want the opinion piece. The real shit. Okay, there we go. Sorry, it's Ray Danning. I love the idea of someone playing Resident Evil 4 and thinking, this would be great. Love all the zombies and shooting. I think it's the acknowledgement that there is joy in UI. That there are parts of games that are brilliant on their own. And if you can separate them, you can create something exceptional. JP with, yeah, they've been embracing a whole lot of studios. Oh, and Lord Traden, I have seen Backpack Hero. That one's fascinating. Although that one, there's a result from the way you stack the character's backpack affects how they battle, if I remember correctly. Which I think is fascinating. Okay, so let's get meaty. So, at the fucking arse crack of dawn on Monday, it was announced that Embracer Group has acquired Crystal Dynamics, Eidos Montreal, and Square Enix Montreal from Square Enix, along with a buttload of IPs. Not all, but a buttload. The thing that came out this morning was that Square Enix will be holding on to a handful of... Hang on, where was the article that listed what they'll be holding on to? Mr. Squarepeck, they did get Deus Ex. So as it currently stands, Embracer Group have... Alright, where was the leftovers? Sorry, friends, bear with me a second. There was a real good list of the stuff that they didn't acquire. Here we go.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Oh, hi. It seems to be that time again.
Huh. The font seems to be fecking up, at least for me here. It said, it seems to be that lime again. I was like, are you referring to me as a limey bastard? I mean, you wouldn't be wrong, but still. Harmonious, thank you for 40 months, friend. Okay, so... Embracer Group buys a bunch of studios and a bunch of IP from Square Enix. Now, I'm not going to go too hard into Square Enix's motivations on this one. Apparently, during the press release, they said it was money that was going to be used to fund... what was it? What was the exact wording? It was going to fund blockchain investments or something nonsense like that. Let me see if I can find the quote again. Now, they haven't said specifically that they're going to be investing it in NFTs or what have you. I would not be surprised if it's a little bit of PR investment doublespeak, but only time will tell. See, right now, friends, at least by my understanding, the NFTA bubble has not yet burst from the financial standpoint. So a lot of companies are basically playing lip service until it bursts. So the idea is to kind of adhere to shareholders being like, when are we going to Web3? My investment guy says Web3 is the future. When are we doing that? And they're going, yeah, no, Mr. Monopoly guy, we're absolutely going to be doing Web3 NFTA blockchain-ness. We're just working on development. We'll get a little bit more cash. We'll move forward with it. Basically trying to stall until things happen. Because while Square Enix have made a lot of noise about NFTAs and the ilk, they've not done anything. And sometimes that sort of, like, obfuscation
Captain on the bridge.
I want some NFTs. Nice, flavorful tacos.
Oh, I'd love some tacos. God, yeah, once Fiona is in the clear, we're going to go... and we can afford it. I am going to a Mexican place, and I'm going to do a fucking damage to a chimichanga. I'm dreaming about it. Sorry, and Eriman, that's 34 months at a tier 3. That's $25 a month putting in. And I really appreciate that, y'all. The kid from Canada. Nah, I can get behind. Yeah, a chimichanga. I mean, I also love tacos. And I do miss the little place near us, the arse end of Georgetown, that did, Taco Tuesday with $1 a taco. You buy them in 3, and they're like the little street tacos, but you could just, so good. Now, Raid says, yes, there has been Square Enix executive talk about pay-to-earn bullshit, but we'll see how that plays out. When it comes to the money side of things, sometimes you have to play the game to avoid doing the bad. I do acknowledge this. Now, if Square Enix do go all in on NFTs and blockchain nonsense and what have you, then, you know, poo on them. But when you are a publicly traded company, there is an expectation. And sometimes that expectation is that you have to get involved in these trends. And sometimes to avoid doing it, you have to pay a little bit of lip service. That's fine. But I don't want to go too hard into that side of things. Because Embracer Group is massive in terms of their, like, video games footprint. But the thing that I couldn't work out over the weekend is, where is this feckin' money coming from? Oh, sorry. Hey!
For eventual techers.
Araman, feckin' thank you. That's $35 worth of tacos right there. Thank you. No, Araman, seriously. That's a whole bunch. Thank you. The idea that you can push a button at your part of the world and that will eventually turn into tacos in my part of the world, like, why? The internet's amazing. So thank you. Okay. I'm going a little bit all over the place here. So friends, you gotta understand, I've been down a research wiki hole on Embracer Group for days. And I'm very excited to talk to you all about this, and I kind of feel like that kid who everyone's like, oh, what are you drawing? And they just go ballistic telling you all the things. So let me breathe. So, Ask Cracker Monday morning. Big announcement comes out. Embracer Group has spent $300 million on acquisition of around 1,100 staff across 3 developers, spread across 8 locations around the world. That's big. This includes... now, I don't know if we have a full list of the IPs that have been made available, but the notable ones are Embracer Group has purchased Tomb Raider, Deus Ex, Thief, and Legacy of Khan, along with 50 other back catalogue titles. They also added as a little like win pile that, according to Embracer Group's announcement, Tomb Raider as a franchise has shifted 88 million units. 88 million games have been sold to date, and Deus Ex has sold 12 million units. Now, a lot of people have been focusing on this because it was kind of pretty famous that the reboots of Tomb Raider, critical acclaim, sold millions of units. Square Enix said that they were sadly that they were not making enough money. A lot of people were like, huh? What? Huh? And one of these days I'd be interested to see where a lot of that spending was. It could be that the way in which Tomb Raider was being developed was very, very bloat heavy. Could be that Square Enix had unrealistic expectations of their titles. Kid from Canada says, does anyone think Legacy of Kain will get a remake, remaster? Well, we'll get to that. Yeah, Wraith, when they said did not meet financial expectations, again, this is where we have to be kind of like shaman of the fiscal world. Like, we don't have the data, so we've got to read the bones, the runes, the tea leaves that we find in the bottom of these press releases and try and almost divinate what it is they're really saying. Book said they spend too much money on hair physics. What is Horizon Zero Dawn for $200? No, they budgeted well. And as an aside, if you go ahead and watch the video on Polygon put up a great video on the hair of Miles Morales, which also includes a whole breakdown of Aloy's hair, which was like 2 years of development just for the hair. Anyway, it's worth noting, this isn't a complete hemorrhaging of Square Enix's Western titles. They are still holding on to Just Cause, Outriders, and Life is Strange. So what that tells us is that basically those particular titles were cost effective for what they were doing, and or weren't as expensive. By the looks of things, Life is Strange is one of those titles that keeps making money despite having a pretty lean overhead. I am surprised they're keeping Outriders. By my understanding, Outriders just kind of did, but Alice says, does it post IDOS, or is IDOS not core titles? IDOS, didn't IDOS become IO Interactive, or am I getting my teams mixed up?
Oh, look at this fancy button.
That's a very fancy button, Lizzie. Lizzie, not just for fucking 43 months of this nonsense, but for all that you do. Thank you and cheers. We're talking about the acquisitions on Monday. Okay. Now, Ray says, do they actually own Just Cause or Outriders? Are they currently holding publishing rights? Let me check the press release, because, again, friends, wording is very key here. Much like Magic the Gathering, you win or you lose based on how things are phrased. Okay. Now, the exact wording, and I quote, is, the company's overseas studios will continue to publish franchises such as Just Cause, Outriders, and Life is Strange. Now,
what does this button do?
aww, it makes $5. It makes $5 fly across the internet towards my dumb face. Down on the dwarf, thank you for the 500. What fucking y'all? As I said, Elnus, I'm getting caffeinated, so I'm trying to keep everything. Because Hitman was originally IDOS that then split into IO, or am I losing my marbles? Anyway, yeah, Hitman as an operation managed to basically buy their freedom, so they're a completely independent operation now. But yeah, so Wraith, the wording is that they'll continue to publish Outriders and Life is Strange. As at least according to the press release, they don't own the IPs of either, but they may have a locked-in publishing agreement. So basically, they don't own the Life is Strange IP, but they have exclusive rights to publishing it. Does that make weird sense? Yeah. So it seems like Square Enix have hemorrhaged a lot of studios that have complicated or expensive or troubling pasts to embrace a group. Now, here's the thing. You know, a lot of big numbers have been thrown around recently. You know, acquisitions going into the billions. How much did Embracer pay for Gearbox? Okay, so Embracer Group paid $1.3 billion for Gearbox. Do you want to know how much they paid for all of these classic banging IPs and for 3 developers, 8 studios, 1,100 staff? They paid 300 mil. 300 mil, like a snifter of a Gearbox. Oh, and Willing Outcast, what ho, friend? And this is where everyone's like, huh. Yeah, Wraith, 300 mil is less than Microsoft paid for Rare back in the day. So, a lot of speculation has been put forward as to why Square would do this. Now, most people focused on that one line that said, we're going to be reinvesting it into blockchain nonsense. I'm going to take that line with a pinch of salt. Because, as I said, sometimes you have to say stuff like that in press releases to appease shareholders. That does happen. Anyone with even a modicum of knowledge knows that, like, the Nufta bubble's about ready to just go hook, and with it will go this current wave of blockchainery. but it hasn't popped yet. So having to paddle water until it does, and then be like, oh, good thing we didn't throw in, will be very entertaining. But it's definitely the play. The thing that strikes me is, like, what were those studios working on? Like, what was Crystal Dynamics working on? By my understanding, the new Tomb Raider, it had been announced. So, does Square not have confidence they're going to deliver? Or is Crystal Dynamics very expensive? That's where I'm kind of... That's the thing that I'm pondering. Eidos Montreal... they've always had a weird history. And one of the things that we'll probably find out from all of this is how much of that was like friction between Square Enix as a publisher and how much of it was their own internal problems. Because the last 2 Deus Ex games have been alright. But they have definitely not been the super bombastic big money sellers. And we're starting to find out more and more about Human Revolution, but not Mankind Divided. So it's interesting. It's interesting. And when you think about it, it's been a long time since the reboot of the Deus Ex franchise. Sorry, I shouldn't say reboot because it's technically a prequel, but you know what I mean. Since the franchise was resurrected, we know that Thief failed to hit his targets. Now, in video games, IPs are very, very valuable. And I know this is one of those things where, like, the art and the business are almost diametrically opposed. Because the thing is, people make video games. Shocking, I know. Here's me dropping those hot fucking takes. But, like, what made the original Deus Ex so brilliant was a group of incredibly talented people working towards an idea. The idea of, like, what if you could regard the world as the world? What if you could play an RPG where you can solve problems by stacking boxes, by addressing it your way? And they tried to do it with the technology they had at the time. Some successes, some failures. It was obtuse and weird and difficult, and it was buggy at launch. But there was something about that OG Deus Ex that stayed. You compare it to Deus Ex Human Revolution, and they're very different titles. Different teams, different ideas. But the IP has value. And this is where the business side of it, not only in back catalogue, which if you're not familiar with the term, back catalogue just means the old games, which you can then resell, remaster, remix, whatever your heart desires. Video games continue to sell, almost like a little background radiation. So if you can acquire, if you can acquire 10 or 20 classic video games that sell year in, year out, you can build a steady revenue stream that never ends. As people get into gaming, as people grow up, these games will continue to sell. If you put an existing IP, if you slap that over a project in development, you've probably just generated a crap load of additional sales. If they just made Adam Jensen Adventures, they probably wouldn't have done as well as Deus Ex Human Revolution. Oh, Wraith, thank you for reminding me about Avengers, because the other part of this whole thing that I forgot to mention, my apologies, is both Avengers and Guardians of the Galaxy apparently didn't do as well as Square Enix was hoping. Which probably led to them being like, you know what, feck it, we'll just, we'll give us 50p in a bag of skips and we'll give you these studios and back catalogue. It does make it sound as if Square has no faith in those particular development teams. Wraith, you're right that Square selling those IPs for chump change seems weird. But I wonder, I feckin' wonder. Because the Legacy of Khan series, the last time Square trotted that one out was for their free-to-play title, which was like Vampires versus Vampire Hunters, which did not reach expectation. The game itself was fun. I can't even remember the name of it now. Nosgoth, that was it. But the problem was, it was Legacy of Khan branded. Now, this is one of those times where we as shamans of the industry understand that if you brand a game in a certain way, if you say this is the next Legacy of Khan game, that creates an expectation in users' minds. Yes, it increases brand awareness and the chance that users will purchase it, but it means that they expect a certain level of quality, and you can't deliver that on an early access title in that same kind of manner, alright? But that was the last we saw of the Legacy of Khan. I don't remember if there was a Legacy of Khan re-release. Mainly because I'm still trying to suck down coffee to get my brain in gear. Ray said it was like when Microsoft released that Shadowrun Arena shooter. Yes. There was a weird point where Microsoft did not know what to do with the old FASA Corp licenses, and it's slowly been getting better. The fact that Microsoft has not been developing and ruling the giant robot world internally blows my tiny mind, but they may I don't know if Mech Assault was work for hire, if that was internal, because I know that one didn't do gangbusters. Weirdly fun, but sorry, I'm getting off topic here. Anyway.
Reactor online.
Hey!
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Oh hey, it's that time of the month again. What do you mean, it's May?
It's gonna be May. Catastros, thank you for 43 months, friend. We're just talking about the bracelet acquisitions. I think we've covered the IP stuff. So you all understand like the weight of this acquisition. Basically, Square Enix just sold off a crap load of studios and staff for fuck all and a bag of crisps, including a monstrous amount of back IP, and everyone's like, huh? Here's where it gets weird. So, you might not have heard of Embracer Group, but let me give you a little spicy breakdown. So, Embracer Group originally was a company that sold secondhand comic books online, not even joking. Evolved into New Nordic, which was mostly a company that resold unsold stock from companies like EA. So EA would make a bunch of games, those games wouldn't sell, Nordic Games would buy them on the cheap and then resell them. Alright. With the death of THQ, they managed to acquire a crap load of assets in the bankruptcy, including the THQ trademark, and would operate as THQ Nordic for quite some time. Actually, Chaunerus, you are very wrong, and I said that with love and respect. Embracer Group and Disney, very, very separate entities, and this is why I wanted to talk about this with you all. Sorry, Chaunerus, I didn't mean that to sound as aggressive as it came across. My apologies. I'm very caffeinated, and I've been waiting to talk to you all about this one. It's the important thing, friends, is that. Oh, to Bright Karma, thank you kindly for the follow. Sorry, let me take a breath and a beat. I'm just slightly overexcited here. Also, we are 7 people away from 4,000 followers on Twitch.television. That makes me smile. Okay, let me bring it back. So, friends, here's the thing. When we have these big investments, when we have these big acquisitions, the first thing you've got to work out is where is the money coming from? See, we talk a lot about Tencent. Tencent's the biggest entity in gaming right now. And they have a shitload of money. Back in, was it 2018, 2019? Pre-lockdown, they were competing with Alibaba for being one of the biggest companies on the planet. Now, they make their money mostly through evil. Not entirely evil, but, they have... they run the biggest social media network in China, and a bunch of other wild money-making elements. We've discussed why they invest in video games, especially why they invest in international video games. I still believe the theory that Tencent do their investment so that if the Chinese government ever go, you're barred, they're like, ah, shit, well, at least we've got our international holdings, fucking weak. That's my personal philosophy on that one. In the video game space, Tencent are one of the better investment groups because they give you a crap load of money, they don't interfere with your creations. By my understanding, and I've only heard this in rumors, do not take this as gospel, but one of the things that Tencent do is they invest in a company and they say, look, here's a bunch of cash, we don't expect anything, but if you ever become a publicly traded company, we reserve the right of we reserve dibsies, basically. So essentially, like, spreading the net far and wide in the event that something like Riot happens again, boof, they're there at the ground floor. Very smart. With Embracer Group, it's really hard to track the money. This is what I've been doing this weekend. So Chonorus, this is why I was kind of like, it's not like Disney, who had a product that made money that then allowed them to start making acquisitions. Like, basically, aside from the production of We Sing and a few other, like, big bangers, like, Embracer Group's just been an investment group doing aggressive acquisitions for, like, I mean, what they really started in earnest, about 2014, 2015. And they've made smart purchases, but they are not an operation that has a product that is generating a crap load of money. They're literally acquisitions and acquisition's sake, right? So they bought the unfortunately named Koch Media. For those of you who don't know, Koch Media is a huge group out of they had Austria? Okay, yeah. Who owned Deep Silver, who made a crap load of video games. Koch Media also did localized publishing for a large number of games companies. So, like, if you had an English language game and you wanted to launch it in, Germany, mainland Europe, etc., you could just go to Koch Media and be like, yo, and they'd be like, we got you. That's how they made a crap load of money. After acquiring Koch Media, they would go on to buy, like, Coffee Stain Studios, a bunch of others, and these acquisitions basically allowed them to raise more shares, raise more money. It then continues on. There's a crap load of, like, acquisitions here, acquisitions there. But again, no huge gangbuster product. Like, this is a huge umbrella company generating lots and lots of... generating revenue across lots of little spaces, but then taking that assumed revenue and using it via, like, reinvestment. So far as I can understand, and again, I am not a fiscal investment person. This is what little old me could work out from what I've been able to read and research and assess throughout the weekend. But a large proportion of what they've been doing is basically incredibly speculative investment. So they've been paying for acquisitions with shares in their company. So they've not just been out and out buying companies because they have cash. This isn't Microsoft styley. This isn't Tencent styley. This is speculative. This is like, oh, our stock is worth X. We'll give you stock in exchange for your company. Right? And you can see where that's a bit like, okay. For this most recent acquisition, they've actually had to start paying in cash. So they've been either using their big war chest or having to sell shares to afford these acquisitions. And suddenly, when you start looking at it like that, at least from the research that I can gain, you start seeing something that's not very stable. Right? Like, we've talked a lot about Square Enix, a lot about how they've been handling their stuff, but, like, Square has solid tentpole IPs. Final Fantasy makes stupid money. And not just the Final Fantasies that we know, like the Final Fantasy Mobile game. Oh, shit! That's like a tiny little box that just makes money appear. But Embracer Group doesn't have that. It does have things like Gearbox, and Gearbox itself now has Gearbox Publishing and this aggressive manner. But how does that money feed up? How does it all come together? And Varbles, the reason why I wanted to avoid the Disney comparisons is that, like, Disney was a production house with a very successful product, and then created another very successful product, like the, Disneyland and things like that, and then made acquisitions of other teams, who then created successful products. Not all of them, but it's just... There's always a core. Like... Disney have a core product to their business that allows them to continue to generate revenue when everything else is lost. Those Disney princesses will continue to make money hand over fist. Whereas Embracer Group's a speculative investment company. Okay, no, sorry, I shouldn't call them that. They are not a speculative investment company, but they are making investment maneuvers in an overall branch, but there's no pillar. Now, on the one hand, that's a very good thing, because if you spread out your money, if one bit fails, the whole thing doesn't go under. But it means that if bits start failing, you have to sever the limb. Like, you just got to cut it off. Because the job of something like Embracer is not to produce incredible video games. The job of Embracer is to make the stock go up. And that's a scary place to be. Like, I know Chet's talked a lot about this. We've discussed this as a group, but there are different ways in which your games can be funded, and one of them is called VC funding, or venture capitalist funding. Now, venture capitalist money is can be best described by the band Queen of easy come, easy go. If you can get into those spaces, venture capitalists will invest a large amount of money in your project. However, if the market turns, if things change, you may be in a situation where they just cut you off, keep the IP. Like, they're not with you to see a piece of art make it out into the world. They're there to make cash. And if it starts looking like you're not going to be able to make that cash, or if your game is based around a hook that ends up being... Let's pick on Nufters. So you pitch a game. You pitch a game to a venture capital group, and they go, brilliant, put the apes in it. We want Nufters in. We don't care how, we want Nufters. And you go, fuck it, all right. We have to put Nufters in, otherwise we all lose our jobs. And then the market turns. Everyone hates Nufters, which is... Consumer level is happening, at investment level hasn't quite happened yet. Everyone hates Nufters. And they're like, cool, so your game based around Nufters, no one likes us anymore, so you're gone, we keep the IP, bye!
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
That's not a number with any entertaining pop culture references.
I don't know, pop culture references around 43? Do we have to make one? Is this like the math rule of... Alright, friends, we've got to make a startlingly interesting IP based around the number 43. That rhymes. Yeah, so Alnus, that's one of the reasons why I wanted to talk to you all about this, because you're right. Like, Square were disappointed with the sales of Tomb Raider, but they kept making. They made 2, and they were going to be making a 3rd. If Crystal Dynamics has a big money failure like that, what will a company like Embracer Group do? How will they treat that? Like... And the thing is, the people actually making these games would have had little to no say in this involvement. They made 3 Tomb Raider games? God, I stopped. I had to hear ludonarrative dissonance so much during that time period that I don't think I even finished the second of the newer ones. Also, they were so obsessed with killing Laura sorry, correct Lara, tripping over my words, in such horrible ways that felt really out of place with the rest of it. It's weird. But yeah, so this is what I wanted to talk about. This is like the low amount of cash paid for these studios and these IPs combined with the kind of operations happening. Like, Embracer Group, from what I can understand, and again, I do not work in the investment space. I do not understand the region of the world where Embracer Group trade, so I don't know how things operate correctly. But it seems like a company that is successfully growing because it shows successful growth. It is able to acquire known entities, and then due to that, its stock price goes up, and it then uses that value to then borrow money and buy more stuff to generate more growth, essentially. It's not even about revenue generation, it's about the growth and perception of. And I can't help but hear that little voice in the back of my head that's saying growth at all cost. And that's scary. So Lizzie, that's a very, very good question. Lizzie's saying, were the Tomb Raider games really that unsuccessful? Or do they want a game with stupid levels of money that didn't make that? That's where we can only, to my understanding, that's where we can only really try and like get into the shamanistic like readings of this. If I had to guess, I would say that the Tomb Raider games were very expensive to make, and that they did all right. But like Square Enix were expecting, you know, Tomb Raider, one of the great iconic pillars of video games, to be making mad bank, and it didn't make mad bank. It did all right. Wraith was saying, Embracer releases tomb scrolling when... Well, I mean, the irony is that there's a tomb scrolling reference in Tiny Tina's Wonderland, which is made by Gearbox, which is owned by Embracer. Boof. God. So yeah. On the one hand, this isn't similar to the major publishers basically playing Hungry Hungry Hippos with IPs and studios. This is a whole other element. But the flip side is that Embracer Group is not sturdy. Like, here's the thing. Microsoft makes infinite money. They have a product that the whole world uses. They are involved in a million different things in a million ways that we don't know about. When they acquire studios, the worry is not, will Microsoft run out of cash? The worry is, will Microsoft pivot their values and their strategies when it comes to video games, and will people be caught up in the churn? Currently, they seem to be building for a sustainable future around Game Pass, but we don't know. One of the things that wasn't really talked about with Mixer is how Mixer didn't die at a team level. Mixer was decided upon at a much higher strategy level. And with whatever that conversation was, boof, Mixer's gone. That's the kind of things that can happen in those megacorps. Whereas with this, I mean, shit, what happens if Embracer Group goes under? What happens if they start a downward trend? Will they just start selling to whoever? Will they start hemorrhaging studios as well? Like, we saw what happened with THQ, and THQ was a less diverse investment. So, I'm not saying that Embracer Group's a powder keg, but it is such an unknown conglomerate blob. And all it would need is for their stock to take a significant downturn for them to start being like, oh shit! Yeah, Alnus, those who do not learn from history. Well, that is to say, those who buy history that was bad and then don't learn from that history. Because Embracer Group used to be THQ Nordic because they bought the fucking corpse of THQ. God. Anyway. Yeah, Catastros, it would be hilarious if it turns out there's a curse. Anyway, friends, if you want to just get a sense of how far and wide, like, have a look on the wiki page, just look at all the different massive entities that they own. So, like, you start to see, like, how this is. So, like, their subsidiaries include Amplifier, Asmodee, Coffee Stain, Dark Horse, like the comics, Deca, Easy Brain, Gearbox, Koch Media, and Saber Interactive. Okay, so THQ Nordic still exists within them. Alright, that's weird. So, I did not wake up this morning thinking, you know what? I'm gonna pee in everybody's Cheerios. I do not think that I do not think that we can be hopeful to see a lot of remasters and reworkings from this acquisition. I think that we'll see this new Tomb Raider come to market. I think we'll see whatever's coming out of some of the other studios as well. We may see some mass layoffs from those teams, because looking at the amount they paid for those, it means that Square Enix has no confidence in those titles, and they're costing a lot of money. So maybe Embracer Group will fund the current projects through to development and then start, like, if you'll forgive the terminology, pruning the bush. And Wraith, it was a good call, considering how Square were treating Eidos. But that's a whole nother kettle of monkeys. Alice was saying, the thing that strikes them in the portfolio is 1 or 2 studios now, and a smattering of mid-tier. Yo! Gearbox is an order of magnitude larger than Eidos right now. And the thing is, Gearbox make money. So, Gearbox are probably going to be safe for 1,000 years. Gearbox would be one of those ones that if things go sideways, they would get sold wholesale. Like, by my understanding, the Borderlands titles are created very affordably, and Borderlands publishing has been very, very sensible. Wraithers, I wonder if Embracer got Championship Manager. God. Wait, no, I thought Championship Manager was Konami, right? Because Football Manager's Sega. Yeah, and Jafar James, I don't think we'll see just like a mass firing. Things like Embracer Group, it's better for them to buy a company wholesale and have that company continue operations. In fact, the ideal thing would be for Embracer Group to buy those studios and then tell them all to start aggressively hiring for new projects, because that creates, again, this perception of growth, which makes stock go up. Like, I know there's a few people here who have worked in the financial sector, or at least have a grounding in that space, and sometimes the pantomime of growth is as powerful as actually having products that sell. Anyway, so friends, thank you for letting me talk about this one, because once I started digging into this, I was like, what the heck? Because we used to, I mean, at this moment in time, like, we're essentially in a war for content, right? Platforms have reached a point where they can't really do too much more. there's no new technology on the horizon that companies can add that will change the dynamic. There's no additional ways to experience video games that will be unfurled within the next, 2 to 5 years. So right now, the battle is for content, for the games themselves, for ownership of users. And the current strategy is, subscription services, game passes, like The current war is over domination of the ecosystem. Like, whoever has the most users wins. And the war is currently being waged via who has what games, who has what studios. Not too dissimilar from like the console exclusives of yesteryear, but with the goal for it to be for the goal for it to be to have the most people in your ecosystem and to basically like just outpace the other person. Do you know what I mean? So that's the current battle being fought. Obviously, Nintendo doesn't give a hot feck. Nintendo are essentially... My friend said over the weekend that Nintendo are operating like a toy company, not like a video games company. Well, a video games publisher. And once you start thinking about it like that, it makes a lot of sense. You know? Their goal is to carefully curate their IPs, to have physical products that do well, and to, to maintain families on Nintendo products for 1,000 years. They're closer to feckin', Lego than they are to, Microsoft. And the fact that their consoles also could be considered to buy into that philosophy, I think is very clever. Alna says the irony of 3D Realms and Gearbox now being under the same roof has hit me. Yup. Lizzie says, speaking of Lego, we're getting Muppet minifigs. We are? Holy feck! Since when? Man. I mean, I got sidetracked during my my research to Embrace a group, and I found whole swaths of people online who make custom minifigs of weeb shit, which I'm very, very okay with. Down on the Dwarf says there's been more handheld consoles released lately, such as the Steam Deck. Well, if I thought Valve made choices based on like market maneuvers in the ilk, I'd say that the Steam Deck is actually part of the thing I was talking about, the domination of the ecosystem. Steam already has the PC market. They are the #1 marketplace for English language video games. Everybody else is playing catch up. The Steam Deck means that instead of buying a Nintendo Switch and buying games elsewhere, you just buy a Steam Deck and you play everything you've already got. If I honestly thought Valve did these things for that consideration, that would be the business strategy. In honest, from what we've seen of Valve, someone internally thought it was a cool idea, and then they started working on it, and a few more people thought it was a cool idea, and now they have a thing. Whether the Steam Deck continuously gets support or otherwise, no idea. So, my advice, if you want a Steam Deck, don't wait, get one. Sorry, I have a massive knot in my hair that I was unaware of until this very moment. That's why I'm playing with the stuff. Oh, Sailing gets theirs on Friday. Yeah! Yeah. We've seen with Valve's hardware entries that they just kind of get bored and move on. What was it? The Steam Link was a feckin' incredible piece of hardware that allowed you to play Steam games on your telly, and they just kind of stopped. Like, it's a phenomenal piece of kit. The Steam controller was interesting. A focus on, like, functional accessibility and more genres of games accessible to controller was good, and they just kind of went meh. For a while they were making Steam boxes, and again they just stopped. Like, the problem with Valve's current strategy is that if unless someone up high makes the decree, like, they don't have to do stuff, so they tend not to. Stepshed said in the long run, can Valve beat Microsoft on PC? I mean, Game Pass and cross-compatible exclusives is definitely Microsoft's attempt in that space. But the thing is, Valve have the PC game market sewn up. Like, they are the big dog. They are the papa extraordinaire, the Cerberus of the PC gaming world. And that's okay. However, Microsoft moving away from the buy a game physically to the, hey, if you own it, it's yours, don't worry about it. It means that there is a very attractive reason to start picking stuff up via the Xbox ecosystem. Because it's kind of like, well, I've got Game Pass, right? So I can play my games here, or if I got an Xbox console, I can play them there. And that's fine, you know? It's all part of, it's all accounts set up. It's fine, which is pretty good. That gives me a reason to be on that platform, especially when it comes to the big AAA titles, the more expensive stuff. Because, like, you know, I'm very honest with money situations, you know. Whilst we're going to make it through this month, we're fucking broke. The only reason we're able to play Sea of Thieves is because of Game Pass, because $15 a month is affordable, whereas a one-off purchase of like $40 or $60 isn't. And yes, I understand, it's the old being poor is very expensive problem, you know, the shit boots theory. But it does mean that I'm already in that ecosystem, and the likelihood that I will get a PS5 is very low. Like, honestly, if not for Demon's Souls Remastered and Returnal, the PS5 has nothing to offer me.
Will said money
I
one.
didn't mean it like that. Jackie, thank you for the $3. It's very appreciated. And we're doing okay. Like, friends, you know, we got through last month. That was the fucking hard. We scraped by. And this month is going to be a challenge, but we're not in trouble. We're not in trouble. And I will tell you all if we are. But thank you is what I'm saying. What was I saying? Oh yes. So that's the current state of. Yay! J Post, thank you for gifting a sub to Sage Bell. That's feckin' cool. That's really feckin' cool. Also, friends, as a teeny tiny aside, for the Anacrusis this week, I got.
Is Will begging again?
Oh, shush, Thrame. Look, Thrame, and all of you, thank you for all that you throw in. I know how stupidly lucky I am to be able to do this full time. And there have been some great times, there have been some hard times. I've made some dumb decisions in the past, and I've made some very smart ones. But I'm real happy to be here. And the fact that any of you are like, hey, here's like $2. That's a massive
It's for the games fund.
Well, Down Under Dwarf, thank you. I will level with you though, Down Under Dwarf, that it's more likely than not that those 200 bits will go on like food, rent, and bills right now. I'm not a person hurting for games. The one advantage about having a lengthy career in video games is my Steam library is 2,750 games. So I think we'll be fine for games for a bit. Oh shit, second train. Alright, you know what? Last train was calm. We haven't done a... Alright, here we go. Alright, we're doing this. Chill? No. Proper train! Proper train music! Extremely loud train music! Why are you like this? Yo!
For what? Fire the bit cannon.
Fucking 1,000 bits there. Getting this train jump started. Sadeland, Wraith, Chornerus, those are really good points. I'll come back to those as I can. Because no, those are all really good points, and I do want to touch on them. And Lizzie, thank you for dropping the Lego. Oh!
Second train bits.
Bacon. Thank you. You're all terrorists. You're all terrorists. I'm just, you know what? I'm already happy because you lot just let me talk about video game investment for an hour. Like, I don't have a lot of people to talk to, friends. I have you lot and the dogs and myself. And let me tell you, 2 of the 3 of that group really aren't great listeners.
Max volume train.
Yeah, I know, I'm sorry. Well, Lizzie, at the moment, like, Fiona's still testing positive. So, we kind of yell at each other intermittently, but it's not conversation. It's not bad, how's it going with you? See, that's as much conversation as we get right now. Or occasionally some double mask. It's not quite the same. And Fearless, thank you 10 subs, mate. Double fan of knives. You got Wearing Orb, Danny Sink, Vulture Pony, Draconic Dude, Mr. Crunchy Pizza, La Hunger, Sleepy Streamer X-Ray. Is that an X-ray of a sleepy streamer? I need more clarification. Lily Flower, Sailors.
Empty the pint glass.
Yeah, House Chaos are doing a feckin' damage today. Like, you aren't fecking around. And Jana? I would say permission to have this song as the new British national anthem. But as we all know, the British national anthem is Mr. Brightside.
The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles are 4 reptilian heroes.
House
who overcome the
Call!
Arcane Shredder.
Stammering says that the train started exactly as it began a siege in Valhalla. Is that a euphemism? That sounds like a euphemism. So many Pokemons. So many Pokemons. I do love the shaky emotes. Plus, it means that anytime I manage to break a ghost combo, I can do it with. Oh, fucking hell! Hello? Fuck! Well, if any of you were thinking of getting off the train, no. Jarl Infinitus Fire Strager managed to bring their health total to 777777 by throwing in just shy of 60 bucks. Fucking roll. 5,896 almost. Fucking Jarl, thank you. Like, thank you so much. Holy feck! Sorry, that caught me right off guard. And Ezekiel Watto, friend! I meant the conversation, Lizzie! I meant the conversation! I wasn't challenging anybody! But no, thank you. Like, seriously. We've still got 4 minutes on the clock, so let's keep this train going. Book, I am not saying that out loud. cheeky heal for the forever Jarl. Jarl Infinity. Down on a dwarf. I absolutely did not say challenge. I absolutely did not.
Did someone
No.
say challenge?
No, nothing like that was nothing like that was said. What was that?
Banana walk.
Fuck!
O_O/.
Sorry, I saw those bits going out of fucking space. Jafar James, holy shit, thank you. Holy shit. There's another blue bit. Fucking yo. This day belongs to House Chaos. Fucking Ravenous. Sorry, Jafar James, thank you so much. Fuck. 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 I don't know what to say. I guess y'all didn't mind me talking about investment groups all morning. Fuck.
Greetings, you whoop.
Thrame, I couldn't possibly comment. Wraith, I did not see that was trending in the UK. Was it trending after the name Lorraine Kelly? It's not Longship After Dark. We are not unpacking this. We can talk about it on Friday. No, but Jafar James, Strager, all of you, sincerely thank you, right? I fucking love doing this, and you all seem to want to keep me here. So fuck it, let's go! That feckin' Imperios emo. My feckin' Animu face. Sorry, just a level 5 train, no big feckin' deal. I'd like to apologise to the first train that just got basically destroyed. Like, if we had the earlier train kind of like putzing along, this one just went through it. There's bits of train 1 all over the house. Seriously, all of you, thank you so much. I didn't, when I said calm, I didn't mean like that, but, like, friends, that would be $100 in bits to keep us going. Thank you. I know it's dumb to say after 4 years of hanging out. I know this must sound like fucking contrite nonsense, but I do mean it. Like, I'm still amazed that you all want to hang out and chat. I'm amazed that anyone wants to hear about my weird, manic obsessions in, like, games industry spending and investment, and how it affects, like, us and the games that we want, the games we care about. But all of you, thank you. Okay? Everything good that I got, I wouldn't have without you all. And hope you know that I'm acutely aware of that. So thank you. Shit, that's 2 blue bits. Fuck! Fuck! Just thank you. All of you, thank you. Get through. Jackie says, I'm just doing this to fuel my parasocial relation. I mean, it's not... Considering how much time we all spend together here, like, it's not parasocial. It's digisocial, certainly. It's kind of like having a super close-knit guild or something like that. Like, when I ask you lot how your weekend is, I genuinely care. I want to hear about it. Back when I used to actually go outside and talk to people, I'd tell people about you lot. With like a glowing pride, you know? So... yeah, at some point, Jackie, we will genuinely sink a pint together. That's not a weird... Ray says it's a parasocial I put on a balaclava. No, only if you jump out of a plane. Much like the guy from the Cocaine Bear story. Sorry, that was the other thing from the weekend was the casting announcements have been made for the Cocaine Bear movie, and I couldn't be happier. Cocaine Bear is one of my favourite stories, and obviously I'm not happy about what happened to that poor bear, but it's my favourite story because for 15 minutes, that bear was an unstoppable force. Like, for a brief window in time, that bear was the apex predator of the planet. Like, that thing could have probably punched a volcano in half. Strays, thank you again for the bits. It was a huge, huge train. I'm still kind of processing. Okay, friendos. I am now suitably caffeinated, and I'm happy to talk about video games and whatnot. Ezekiel says, tell me about Cocaine Bear. That sounds great. All right, Ezekiel, hold that thought, because I've just had about a pint of coffee, and I'm now busting for the loo. So I'm going to go pee. I'll come back. Let me tell you the tale of Cocaine Bear. And then, friends, the game we're going to be playing today... is this. Where are you? There we go. It is called Abriss, Built to Destroy. And we are going to be building huge wrecking machines to destroy these long, busted buildings. So we're basically going to be enjoying explodey catharsis for today. That's the plan. So I'll be back with you all in just a second. Hold that thought. Mainly because I love the Cocaine Bear story. And yeah, back in a second. I'll be sharp.
The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, our 4 reptilian heroes, have overcome the arch villain Shredder.
Crux, thank you kindly. Giving out 5 subs like it's no big deal. You managed to get Kranti, Halo Grunt, BYO Battleship, who's a good dev friend, Rudimage, and Cimerian? So, Cocaine Bear. Now, of note, this is an actual roadside attraction, which, as Shackleton has pointed out, didn't happen in Kentucky, but that's where the stuffed Cocaine Bear attraction is. So it's it is a real roadside attraction you can go see. And the story goes like thus. Back in the 80s, a guy was trying to smuggle cocaine into America in a teeny tiny little biplane. And after finding out that he was going to be searched upon landing, that the plane was going to be searched, he chucked $15 million of raw, unprocessed, of uncut cocaine in a duffel bag. He threw it out of a plane and tried to jump out himself. Not knowing, I guess, how to jump out of a small plane, he beamed his head on the back of the plane, knocking him unconscious, and managed to land in somebody's driveway. He did not succeed. The bag of cocaine, landed in the woods. And it was found by a bear. And this bear proceeded to eat, if I remember correctly, at least $5 to $10 million worth of cocaine. Sadly, the poor bear would expire from a heart explosion. However, for 15 to 20 minutes, maybe half an hour, I forget the timing, we'll say 20 minutes, for 20 minutes, all of that muscle, all of that capacity of a fuck-off bear, fueled by millions and millions of dollars of cocaine, was just set loose. For a brief window in time, there was not another being on the planet who was more capable than this bear. Like this is like the Animu super move. For a brief few moments, this was the ultimate form. They're going to make a movie about this bear. And I've got high hopes. As someone who thoroughly enjoyed the movie The Man Who Killed Hitler and Bigfoot, Sagebell, the one thing that could stand up to a male moose in heat, Cocaine Bear. just like, there's nothing man or beast could have done during that brief period of time that would have stopped that bear. Lizzie, I'm just hoping someone would pick up what I was putting down. Oh.
So, what you are saying is the bear went full motherfucking Super Saiyan.
Yes, that is what I'm saying. I am saying that if they don't depict this bear of having like the heated key energy just radiating off like superheated sweat. Okay, Catastros, sleep well. Cheers to you, and thank you. Yeah. Favor 6. That bear ate all the Chaos Emeralds. Yup. Like, I'm reminded of, what was it? Jurassic Park The Lost World, where they accidentally give the Tyrannosaurus Rex just like a boatload of uppers. Because they think they've put it into a coma by giving it too much of a tranquilizer, but no, they've just turned it into a supercharged, like amphetamine-running super T-Rex. And Down Under Dwarf, have a lovely rest of your day. Okay, so aside from Embrace a Group, acquiring all of the things, that was kind of the big Vidya gamery over the weekend. Again, it was very, very, very surprising to see that drop on a Monday morning. Like, that had obviously been cooked up for quite some time. Sorry, I went to space there for a second. The little noise you heard was my consciousness going, ooh, and coming back down, ooh. Sorry, how are you doing? What a would welcome. Oh, I'm on the Xbox fancy big screen now. Oh, look at me, I'm on the big telly. We should probably get building some machines of ultimate destruction in just a moment. And forgive me for the very obvious question, friends, but so video game wise, how was your weekend? Because I've been in a weird space at the moment. I really want to finish Back 4 Blood. I've still not done 3 and 4 on Veteran, and I'd really like to. Oh, but Thrain, remember, we don't link to the Daily Mail because they are bad people. Darius recently started Rain World, got a couple of days ago. It's intense. It is, but like I said, the key to Rain World is not to get good at fighting, it's to get good at running away. You have to learn to watch the world. Oh god, the feckin' one that was haunting was watching DJ play through it, and he encountered one of the giant millipedes. Except for it was already dead, he didn't know it. It was being held aloft by something much worse and kind of dangled. Kindball joined the Scouts in Fallout 76. God. Now that the Bethesda launcher is merging, I've got to see if my copy of Fallout 76 can get crossed over. I actually need to do that. Let me add that to my list. Because I've been really wanting to play Fallout 70. My favorite pen is dying. Okay, this is the least problem in the existence of problems. My favorite pen is dying. It's not fair. It's not fair. So we're gonna add Bethesda merge to my list of things to do. Sorry, I did find an odd giant robot fighting game on the Xbox store. Do you know which one it was? Oh no! Book says the computer got killed, so they're stuck playing on their phone. Hey, I mean, Book, if you need mobile phone game recommendations, we got you. MDH has been struggling to get themselves playing games. I mean, understandable. Again, MDH, you know I relish the opportunity to be able to play video games sommelier for anybody, so... and Harmonious has been sick with bad luck. Oh no! I'm glad you got some Warframe in. Chaunerus managed to beat Fuga Melodies of Steel. How was that? Like, without getting into spoiler turf, because I really, really want to play that, but I don't think it's a good stream game. I think it's a great... I love the concept. Ezekiel says they play way less games after they began as a dev. That can happen. That can absolutely happen. The only reason I've been able to, well, was able to play as many games as I did whilst in full-time development was because I don't sleep. Favor 6 has got bug snapped on the Switch. It's weird. Yup. Some serious body horror nonsense right there. Zega's looking forward to testing Loot River. I just got a copy of that. So I am looking forward to giving that a test. Not that I'm short on feckin' roguelikes right now. Oh yeah, and Salen's saying, Bug Snacked is on Game Pass! Oh, and Lord Traden, sadly, it's not a refillable pen. I acquired it from a place in Seattle called Smith Tower, which is a very fancy bar and a very fancy building. And it was just a really, really solid, good pen. And the clicker's breaking, so eventually it's just going to stop working. And Ezekiel, you're right, the new gig logo is very cool. Rudimage, Watto and welcome. Compliment's been enjoying Curse of the Dead Gods. God, that's been on the list for some time. So Chornerus is saying, yeah, it is a bad, but it's a pretty good war story game. Nice. I thought the disambiguation by doing anthropomorphized animal characters and kind of keeping it in generalist terms rather than setting it literally in like World War II or something like that, I thought was very clever. If you haven't seen the Fuga Memories of Steel, it's very Animu. It's kind of like Hell's moving tank. You were put in charge of a tank full of orphans. Basically, this group of orphans stumble across this ancient super weapon, this like mobile tank, and I'm trying to think how to. I'm trying to think what I can say without getting into spoiler turf. It's good. It's good. Now it has that JRPG thing of, you know, if you grind, you will be rewarded. And each of the combat sections is kind of roguelikean in that you start at here, you get to here, and you choose your path. You know, there are more difficult battles as you go further down, which give you higher rewards, etc. Race is looking forward to Citizen Sleeper this weekend. That's the DICE RPG one, right? Right? Yeah, with that feckin' great art style. Like, Citizen Sleep is probably one that I'd play of my own accord. Do you know what I mean? Oh, Harmonious, the dangling death millipede moment was Dan Jones who was playing it on stream. So,
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Something something Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy reference.
Space. It's big. It's really big. Mind-bogglingly big. You won't believe how big it is. Skynix, thank you for 42 months. How are you doing? And yeah, Harmonious, to my knowledge, I don't know if Dan's planning on playing any more Rain Worlds. I mean, it's the usual thing, like, if you want stuff, tell him. I will say, I did have a look, I broke my rule, I did have a look on the YouTube comments for that, and holy feck, everyone's so lovely. Like, I saw a lot of our lot, like, flying the long ship flag there, which felt very cool. We may not be as many as some of the other groups in our little ecosystem, but damn, we are strong. Aw. Hey, well, Skynix, the world's a fucking shitfest right now. So all I can do in this little space is try and provide you all a little bit of a stress reliever. We're going to be cathartically blowing the fuck out of buildings in a little bit. And hopefully I can provide some background banter to take the edge off. Immortal N's been jamming on Demon Crawl, the Minesweeper roguelike. Piss, I forgot about that! Darn it. I completely forgot about that one. I remember that dropping, and I was like, yo, I need to check that out. And, God, it's... Oh, that came out the end of 2019. Wraiths, I love the Longship hoodie. Whoa, that's based on a jacket that I got given for my birthday, which has, like, the Longship logo painted on the back and stuff. It's fucking cool. I wore it to GDC. It's a little small for me, now that I've actually gained some weight. And ages back, Camille gave me this feckin' cool, like, combi Longship jacket. I might have to ask them how they did it, because sadly that one's kind of fallen apart because I've worn it to death. Salem says that a solid Reddit idea: build up a cheap Atari Commodore-style controller with a fight stick parts for Vampire Survivor. Oh, that'd be great. Be real good for, like, moving stuff around. Hey, Ezekiel, like, we still get to hang here. The thing is, the GDC IRL party for the gig felt more like just hanging out with the peeps we know. If you know what I mean. There was a certain comfort to it. I guess a few people were a lot more, what's the term? Were a lot more themselves in that IRL environment, but it was real cool. Yeah, Salem, that kind of build idea sounds cool. Salem, I guess you came in later, so I'm currently airbrushing the case for that weird little knockoff Game Boy I got. So I've got it about here. It's going all right. I'm experimenting with a bunch of different techniques on these just to see what comes out of it, so I can, like, learn airbrushing stuff. But yeah, I need to get proper base coat. That's my next thing. I need proper base coat for some of the chunkier Gundams. Salem's got cast-off parts from their Mayflash upgrade too. Nice. Lizzie, I'm so feckin' happy. And I got to build this whole chunky unit, mainly because this was one of the Gundams I had to move, the Gundam boxes I had to move so I could get things set up. This is the O, or the big O, if you will. And I really love the design because it's just this big, heavyweight space mech that does have, you guessed it, surprise arms! Yeah. I always like this design because it looks ridiculous and it wrecks face. Yeah, it's no Tiny Big Sam, but it's not bad. Shit is Tiny Big Oh, he's behind me. He's hanging out with the lads. There's Tiny Pig's here. Tiny Pig's here. I love that design, but I hate the kind of like the I left the mayonnaise out color. So I'm really, really hoping to be able to give that a proper once over, you know? Plus, it's a pretty solid design, so it won't be too hard to take it apart and spray it. Like I said, I'm just waiting for Twitch payday. Then I'm gonna pick up some fancy Tamiya base coat and a few other like little bits and bobs. Book, what's the original Mobile Suit Gundam? It is. I mean, it shows a lot of its age in certain places, but it was the first. I tell you though, Gundam The Origin, which is the story of Char. Oh boy, that is both awesome and awesome. Plus, I found this weird little TikTok account, which is just anime aesthetics, and I was just reminded of some of that glorious 90s hard sci-fi, like, headgear aesthetic. I forgot how much I loved that. At the moment, I'm watching a series called Severance. It's called Severance, which is my watching while I'm doing stuff. But sorry, like, going back to it, like, Lizzie, it's great having the airbrushing station set up. And again, like, you know, Stooge Strakes, thank you for cracking gifts, friends. Yeah, Immortal Ed. Ah, yes, Mr. I've never betrayed anyone in my life, Char Aznavour. But, I mean, the one thing you can say, Char's got style. I mean, as mech pilots go, he has drip. Though one of these days, I do plan on getting myself like a faux jumpsuit, so I can do like the proper mech pilot. You know, the Longship. Was it the Longship Mobile Armor Division? The affordable choice. We're not the best, but the best you can afford. Hey, Ezekiel, have yourself a lovely rest of your evening. Sleep well, friend. Every man has a price. We're surprisingly affordable. Yeah. I think I was talking this with Fiona. It's like, obviously, there's a certain gonzo level of ridiculousness when it comes to my life, in that people will often be like, oh, how much for X? And I'm like, I hate that I have a price. Because you never know, friends, you never know. Strake says they might have to admit defeat on this being a productive workday. Hey, no worry. Everything's happening so much right now, and I'm not trying to ignore what's going on in the real. I'm just trying to provide everybody with a bit of a breather from it all. Let's blow some shit up. Let's blow some shit up. A good practice for us all. I mean, wit. So, Zelda tunes, as lovely as you are, it's time for explosions. Ah, Biggs, your timing is spot on. Would you like to blow the absolute feck out of something? Staring says, do you have to remind you the times you named the prize? The Mockshire stream was golden. It was. I still feel bad that the Perun stream didn't happen on Saturday, but I couldn't do the Perun voice. My voice was just wrecked. I mean, MDH, that would require severe amounts of therapy, so that's a high price. You take my self-depreciative humor away from me. What do you leave me with? There we go. Alright, let me just adjust the audio. Notice that? A game that doesn't start with the feckin' audio turned up to 1,000. Okay. A little bit later than intended, but welcome to Abriss, Build to Destroy. We're going to be building fanciful machines to blow the absolute shit out of some arty-looking buildings. Let's blow shit up. Now I'm gonna go on home, buy a nice little house and a white picket fence, maybe a boat, and then in 30 years when it's all paid off, I'll set the charges, blow the shit out of it.
Don't worry, we have COVID tests.
Friends, I wish I could show the image of Fiona goes, don't worry, we have COVID tests. She is currently holding 12 tests.
Don't worry.
Don't worry.
Come off to the side.
Yeah.
I am rich.
In COVID tests. Fiona's annoyed because at the moment she's clear of symptoms and feels fine, but is still testing. She hasn't got negative tests back yet, so the wait continued. So lost without you. I mean, you gotta play Sea of Thieves with everybody all weekend. Actually, I did want to say to those of you who've been playing loads of Sea of Thieves and were like hanging out with Fiona and stuff during the weekend, like feckin' thank you. Like, it kind of solidifying our little group's philosophy of like helping bring people into games. You know what I mean? Fearless, was this demoed at GDC? Oh, was it in like the little IGDF area? Maybe? God, I forget. Well, then let's blow some shit up. Oh. Intro, destroyed moves. I feel like this is going to be like a more violent version of Opus Magnum, which makes me very happy. But no, it's been really interesting to hear what everybody's been playing, and I really didn't think that Sea of Thieves was going to be a game that we'd get all into as much as we have. Oh, I love the art style. It's the feckin' detail of this one as well. Ultra heavy cube. So we can build 6 ultra heavy cubes. Sea of Thieves, the birthplace of Come Runner Come one, come all. Okay. Opus smash 'em. Okay. Scroll while hovering to rotate parts. Okay. Destroy all red targets to win. Okay. Oh! Alright, so we set it up. Once we hit go, then the structural supports come out. Okay. I got it. Yeah! 100% destroyed in one move? Ha! It's like my previous relationships. Alright. Connecting to link parts. Alright. Don't worry, everybody. I've got an idea. Introducing the Smashinator. No, I can come up with a better name than that. So we'll get ourselves a nice little... Basically, I'm building like a giant mace at this point. Alright. Let's see how this goes, shall we? I will also say, like... So this is a very simple title. We build stuff, we explode stuff. This is nice and simple to understand. But there's something about the art style about this that I find so thoroughly fascinating. Like, are these little drones or flying cars or what have you, these huge hulking great big, like, deep space vessels almost? It's like we're destroying something right at the top beyond the cloud cover of some kind of like dark, I don't want to say cyberpunk, but you can see what I mean. This kind of like this absolutely overdeveloped, ridiculous city. It kind of reminds me of XCOM Apocalypse in a way. Get wrecked! Ah, piss. Mistakes were made! Okay, where's restart? Restart level, there we go. Alright, alright, alright. So the idea was sound. Just certain mistakes were made. Okay, okay. Second try. Here we go. MDHZ didn't seem to undo after we let it go. So let's see if this gives us what we need. Get dunked on! Ha ha! Oh, what? 60? Don't... Alright, we can come back to some of these. Destroy targets on buildings to unlock. Interesting. So is this like a 2-stage deconstruction? Okay. Sorry, friends, I'm getting very, very into this already. But yeah, I've been in a weird kind of gaming space. Amos continues to be a large amount of work in the evening, so I've been mostly focusing on the kind of games that I can just put down for a second. Which does mean that, especially for like online titles, are a little bit out at the moment. I'm just going to build a ridiculous, like, slam hammer. Or slammer, as I like to call it. Like, this is the goal, is just... I mean, feck it, let's build something stupid. So in theory... crushes that one and maybe makes it over here, or perhaps we need to save stuff for later. I don't know. This is just feeling like incredibly violent lemmings, and I'm here for it. Sorry, I keep starting half a thought. I do apologise, friends. I've not been of my best the last few days. The thing I was saying about Sea of Thieves, again, I didn't expect it was going to be a game that we were all going to get into as a group. And again, like, thank you to everybody that's been helping bring people through. You know, it's a very strange and weird and curious game. There's been a lot of discussions about the PvE mode and elements like that. And I wonder if it's something they can do from a technical standpoint. But also, I wonder how it's going to change the experience. Like, for better or for worse, right? There's something about the avoidance of conflict in certain titles that's definitely good. But then again, the amount of times that, you know, as a group we've encountered people who are just being assholes is quite high. Ah, okay. So we have to do this in the fewest amount of turns to then allow for that one. All right. And Happy Pie, you are more than welcome. Like I said, I mean, the only reason I don't have more ink is because the world locked down for 2 years, and even though I know tattoo parlors are probably one of the cleanest and safest places to be, the idea of having open wounds during a pandemic seemed like a dumb idea. I am looking forward to getting more. The one I've been thinking about is, next up is getting the address to the Eye of the Universe as a tattoo. But, friends, do not Google Outer Wilds tattoos, because there are so many incredible designs. Like, it's not even remotely fair. Alright, so we'll try the hammer, see if that's enough to get us going on the first bit. It did not work! I'm sorry, I didn't realise we were messing with gravity today. I can heavy pillar my ass. Don't answer that. Alright, feck this one building in particular. Get dunked on! Ha-ha-cha!
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
I feel rather proud of myself there.
Sci-fi Jenga. Nice.
Yeah, but it's... Ferric Phoenix, think of it like this. It's sci-fi Jenga if you weren't playing Jenga against other people. If you were a person 2 tables away whose goal was to yeet your shoe at the Jenga tower and destroy it. You're not going to make friends, but you're going to have a lot of fun. Oh, on the subject of the Floydo video, Phyllis was saying, interesting comment thread on the video. What does Will's Flesh recommend? Oh, God. Most of the things that we have currently in the Great Hall, so... God.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Greetings, you Mother Hubbard. Cult membership continues.
It's not
I
a
repeat
cult.
for the 43rd time.
Dom!
Yes, Swill, it is a cult.
Stop
Viking
it!
64, Cat Heart, Viking 64, hug.
Dom, why are you like this? It's like, Dom, you could have been anything that you wanted to be, so you chose to be a problem. No, Dom, jokes aside, thank you for 43 months. I hope you're doing alright, friend. How's old Blighty treating you? I'm just wrecking shit today. Like this. Did I do it? Woohoo!
The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, our 4 reptilian heroes, have overcome the Arc villain Shredder.
And Ferric Phoenix, thank you for throwing a sub to the crowd. You managed to hit Super Hippie, an upgraded variant of the original Hippie. Oh, expert, 2 moves, next level. Happy says, Rainworld reminded me of a mix of Flashback on the NES, Super Metroid, and Shadowrun. More than the Dark Souls-esque description. See, this is one of those tricky things that of like, I can tell you stuff, but...
Look, I'm not saying it's a cult. I'm just saying that the robes are stylish and the ritual chatting is unfilling.
Time to play some violent hopscotch right about here. G to enter GIF cam. Oh, cool! This generates GIFs of your stuff.
The mighty Welsh Twitch announcer
Sorry.
proudly announced that it was and will forever be a cult. I have spoken.
So, stammering, fearless. It's not a cult, you're both terrors, but thank you for a combined 400 bits. Sorry, let me go back up. Blighty as gash as ever. Oh. Annual leave, so week of gaming and sleeping. Lovely. Yeah! Speaking of great Opus Magnum features... Oh, okay, so we have to enable the spin move. We get 1 rotation. Oh. I'm definitely giving this a run for its money, though. Oh, okay. So the GIF mode is for generating like a snapshot moment of destruction. Okay. Apologies for leaping around a whole bunch. Thrame, it was a stuttering on this end, so it is worth saying the game is in early access currently. Also, sometimes with titles like this that have heavy physics stuff, it gets a little bit grumbly because I'm rendering to Twitch as well as. Use bombs to create an explosion. Oh, goody. Interesting. Sorry, I do keep getting distracted. Ferric says, chat's being unruly, you're allowed to jump around. Well, I have permission now from Ferric Phoenix, so ha-ha! In your faces! Give me that. Oh. Oh! Capture. Excuse me. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, apologies for kind of being mentally bouncing around a whole bunch. This game is already getting its hooks into me, as I'm sure you can see. I was expecting it to be closer to things like Besieged and stuff like that, but it is more of a puzzle game with glorious explosions, and I'm okay with that. So the curious one here is I've only got these flat pieces, but I do have bombs. So I wonder, what is it wishes of me? I might take one of the little show hints. Oh! Thinking with diagonals! Alright. Yeah, I can make that work. No, undo! Undo! No, I don't want to go into the void! Don't send me into the void! Ah. Okay, let's try that again, shall we? Also, the game's very much reminding me of... Alright. So that should be close enough for bomb 1. Hadouken. And then... on there we put a second, cooler looking bomb. Aha! It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Don't worry about it. Alright, let's see if this works. Yeah! Thrain, you're right. It's reverse polybridge. Rather than trying to make bridge go, we make bridge go kabloom! Boof. Alright, bomb 2 did not go off as intended, but feck it, I'll take it. Ah! Oh man, we had a detonator? I kind of almost want like a take one step back. Yeah, see, friends, what this is going to end up making you all do is probably very infuriated by my lack of... powers. Interesting. Alright, so we have a bomb, we have a rotator, heavy pillar, and a connector. It's at this point, it seems to be still teaching us. So what it wants us to do here is put this here. Cool. And then... start building what is essentially a great big arm with a bomb on it. Right, so we've got this one here, and then... Kabloom! Ah! Nailed it! Ah! By Grabthar's hammer, fuck this building. 91%, that was clearly obliteration. Okay, destroy activators to use machines. Interesting. Alright, so what is this? It's like a big-ass railgun or something. So if we build... So we built a bomb there. Oh, okay, do you get it? Alright, so here's the thing. Think of it like armor piercing. We can fire off this cannon, and the cannon will shoot through there. Probably hit this, jobs are good. But we want to hit this bit at the back because there's no way we'll be able to reach it. So, we build ourselves a good old-fashioned tilt and explode. So we build this lovely, lovely heavy pillar. Hey, Mr. Heavy Pillar, what's up? A nice big old hammer at the front. Get a connector going. Pop a bomb on there, job's a good un. So in theory, we hit go. The first part, our L shape, tips forward, destroys the first armor. Then we set off the bomb, which sets off the gun, which blows up the second bit, in theory. Let's see how that works. Boof. Alright, there's the timer. Go back to last move. Alright. There we go! Just had to get the timing on it just right. Yeah, Thrain, you're right. We still hit the first wall, so I just had to time it better. Okay. God, this is just like a vengeful magnum opus, and I love it. Wait! Wait! Man, the timing there is very, very difficult. Yeah, Andov, you're right. This is very much a violent Rube Goldberg machine of destruction. Don't worry, friends. I've got an idea. There we go! Woof! By delaying the first explosion, by offsetting the first and second explosions to allow for a definite clear space. There we go! I'll take it. Build joints with hinges. Interesting. Trebuchet. Alright, so friends, there's something I want to point out to you here. I know how obvious this setup is. It's called trebuchet. What's a trebuchet do? It's basically like a gravity sling catapult, right? But we've been shown how to create basically a hinge, a fulcrum, if you will. Here is our space, but notice on the left and right, it's literally showing us in the environment what to do, which is to throw the feckin' bomb at it. So our goal is going to be to basically create the yeetus deletus, the super heavy sploder. So we put a connector there, tall piece like that. Now where's our horizontal hinge? That's going to go over here. Well, that's not what I wanted. I wanted that. Thank you. Yeah, now is time for the siege weapon. So now we put our weight together, the ultra heavy, kind of.
Captain on the bridge.
Oh, Frank.
43 months, beaches.
All right, nobody sneeze. I'm building explosives. No, seriously, Clank. Thank you for 43 months. I hope you're having yourself a cracking day, as best we can today. You know. Sorry, just making sure that's all lined up. And I've got an idea. Alright, so in theory, we have created the Explodey Trebuchet. Let's see if this works. Feckin' did not work. Wait, no! Wait, why was that a victory? There's no such thing. Alright, ultra heavy cube. Actually, it needs more weight. Alright, here we go. Once more with feeling. So there's the... Alright. Don't worry, I've got an idea. Boof! Not bad, not bad. You know what? I'll take it. I'll take it. Sorry, Andorf, thank you for the 100. Sorry. Weighted companion cube, bring in some vengeance. Use thrusters for propulsion. Fucking wee. Hello, friends. It's me, your buddy. Homemade missile. How are you? I'm doing just fine. Sorry says, could you see this being used in the classroom for teaching purposes of physics or engineering? I don't think so. The physics is a little wibbly-wobbly in a fun way, but I wouldn't see this being used as a teaching tool. There are other titles that go for more of a realism, but it's definitely fun. Oh, shit! Did anyone get the number of that rocket? Fuck, fuck, fuck! It's fine. It's fine. It's absolutely fine. I'm pretty sure that thing probably just crashed into like a 7-Eleven, like 2 towns over, but it's fine. Alright, I want another shot. I want another shot. Because I realised what I did was I didn't create a stable base for our missile. Alright, now let's give this a go. See? Here we go. See, it's nice, it's stable, it's ready to fly, and then when we want to, we can go for shoo! Up. Alright, gonna try that again. Maybe that's the problem. I'm trying to create something stable. What I need to do is create something completely unstable. Yeah, no, of course. That's where my fault lies. Introducing the flying hammer. Fucking wee! Alright, that could have worked. That could have been better. Could have been better. Actually, Threem, I do agree with you. I like that it doesn't penalise for using the parts. But much like with Opus Magnum, it does rank us on how many moves it takes. I also noticed that if you don't do it in one, it technically counts towards your next. So I'm going to go to next level, but... Oh, and live action Pixel, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. How are you doing, friend? We're blowing the feck out of some stuff. How are you? Alright, so I think it's the first time it's let us... Oh, we're making a missile. Sorry, friend, how are you doing? I think we're making a missile. Today we are making something very dumb. Let me try that one again. Okay. So the bomb sets that off, and then we fire the rocket boosters. Okay, a lot of people just got obliterated there. I'm not gonna lie. Sorry, jumping back in. Lord Trident's very happy with the build they have going for Backpack Hero. Go you. XD Johnny XP. Watto. Thrame, whatever you were afraid to ask, you are probably correct. I guess we have to build like a strange... Because that's what it's trying to get us to build. But how would these connectors work? I mean, who am I to question science and all that? But to my understanding, we can't put jet boosters on the bottom. Can we? Well, I guess we're about to find out. Just strap a bomb to the top of it. Oh! Oh, that's heckin' cool. So we use those to angle it. Fire the jet boosters off. Oh. Oh, God! Look out below! Thud. Let's give that another shot. So Live Action People says, all good. How you find this? Been thinking picking up? It's so good. Like, honestly, friend, the trouble I'm having right now is not getting too sucked into it. It's reminding me a lot of one of my favourite games, which is Opus Magnum. And this has its own quirky little, like... Its own quirky little challenge mode, which I'm... Sorry, there's only quirky little challenge to it, which I'm very, very enjoying. So, like, for this one, we've got two of these rotating, matching jets. Which we want to kind of lock them in at a semi-similar angle. Then we fire those off. And hopefully careen it up into this flying creation. Oh! Get fecked on! Like so! Yeah, the old rotatey potatey. And that's got to be 100% clear. Worth! Next level. And Thrain, you're right. Some of the environmental hints the game is giving you is less subtle. Ooh, use hinges to make chains. Anyone else want to make like a fecked up skipping rope of murder? I know I do. So we've got a vertical hinge. This is a dumb idea, and I love it. Alright. Introducing the smashing skip rope. Nope! Ah! Sorry, let's take it back. Once again, I'd like to apologize to the downtown region that just got riggedy fucking wrecked by a flying chain. Yeah. I thought this is meant to rotate. Unless the vertical hinge needed to be here. Yeah. I think we're seeing where I fecked up. And that's okay, because friends, learning is the true gift of this game. Knowledge. Is that not what it's about? And twice as many rocket boosters. Alright. Second attempt. Ah, here we go. Oh, fuck. Oh, no! Look up below! So many people dead. Alright. Go back to last move. Alright. Yeah, here we go! Here we go! Is it stable? Not really. Is it working? Yes! Now, if we just never discuss the amount of collateral damage that happened while trying to destroy this one thing, it's entirely fine. Coming to a residential complex near you. Real soon! In fact, soon enough that I'd be moving right now. Yeah, and Fearless, the way it goes thump and shakes the screen after it's out of view, it really leaves your imagination to just run wild. Okay. Connectors don't stick to frictionless building grounds. Okay. Oh, alright. So we've basically got to create a great big chain link of murder. Sorry, Live Action Pixel, if you're still chilling with us, how are you doing? Friends, if you're not following Live Action Pixel, please do so, as they are an incredibly talented person from the UK on a myriad of different feats. God, I'm struggling to talk today. They're a good friend. One of the peeps, kind of as the... Excuse me. One of the people I would credit as being kind of like the trailblazers to a lot of those really good cosplay videos that became kind of a main staple of the con scene. Yeah, if I can get this right. Alright. Oh, we're just creating a skip rope of fucking murder right here. Hey! So live action doing TwitchCon, but just as themselves. Not sure what to expect for it. I mean, I've not done the European TwitchCons. It's a strange place. I would personally recommend doing it as a just hang out with as many friendos as you can. It's a very different beast from like PAX or MCM or stuff like that. There's something of, for lack of a better term, there's something of a caste system to TwitchCon that I find very strange. So, using it as an excuse to catch up with people is the best thing. It isn't as good for networking as, like, other events. But, again, I've not been to, like, the European TwitchCon, so it could be different. Here we go. Alright, start breaking some face! Get to thick! Live action stay with a few partners, so it should be good. Yeah. Yeah, not bad. So live action. What's interesting is that with exhibitors, is if you're not spotting a partner badge, it's very anti-gravity. Lovely. Oh, this might be more complex than I thought. Okay. I think I get it. We're creating some kind of super heinous jet monster here. Don't worry, friends. I've got an idea. Oh, and Strager, thank you. Whoa, feckin' hell. 685 bits. Yeah! Alright, friends. If you would join me in a round of celebration for nice, as Jarl Infinitus Fire Strager has managed to get their health to exactly 69, 69, 6. Nice. Nice. Alright, we're basically just building the world's most ridiculous vehicle at this point. Back your couch! Oh, did we get it? I'm gonna have to back it up. I'm not confident in that one. Okay. So this was the anti-gravity device that we triggered. These were the two parts that we needed to blast through. Oh, so the anti-grav device caused these bits to fly on up. Alright. No! We did it the first time! Aha! And significantly more useful than a Naboo fighter. So there we go. Whoever the spooky ghosts were and live action Pixel, thank you. Although, due to your generosity, that does mean that Jarl Infinitus Strager's health has been brought down, thus knocking the multiple levels of 69 down to 69, 49, 6. There is something wonderful about this game, how it creates a situation where not everything's going to work the exact same time, which for something like Opus Magnum would be infuriating, but for this, it creates that really chewy, stodgy kind of impact. Live action, you know, your apology is accepted. Thank you. Look, You know, mate, I'm supported by bits, so, like, even 100 bits here and there all adds up to me being able to keep going. Actually, friends, on the subject of keeping on, would you excuse me for just a moment? I am going to quickly throw some food in the microwave, as I am ravenously hungry today. Thrame says that I, for one, am looking forward to 42069. I mean, that's a challenge, right? That's a challenge. Oh, Lizzie says, wait. Okay. Waiting. Lizzie's like, have you eaten today yet? No! But I'm going to change that. It'll only take me, like, 2-3 minutes to go to reheat some food. I need to get that brain power going. Sorry, and friends, I guess one of the reasons why I don't feel too bad leaving you with this environment is, what is this world that we are in? The art style is so evocative, and yet we've been given no story. We've just been given puzzle. But it doesn't feel like, you know, was it Besieged? The one where you had to build, like, mechanical destroyers and things like that. Jonas, you know what break the dab economy? Hydrate for mead points. The problem is there's a limitation on how much water one can drink in a day, and I try not to put forward anything that would result in me dying. As someone who suffered the Octo Dab and the Ginyu Force maneuver. Yeah, okay. So Besiege did this interesting thing where it was like, here's this big grey box flat environment. Here's a castle full of little dudes. Make a thing, go kill the thing. With this, the art style seems really evocative of something, and I'm trying to understand what. Traden says that there's supercomputer AI doing calculations on how best to destroy human buildings. Possibly? Or humanity's gone, and the robots responsible for building and reconstructing are all that's left. I don't know. There seems to be a celebration in how these things are destroyed, and yet... You see what I mean? Anyway, okay, Lizzie's yelling at me. I need to go get some food. I'll be back in 2 seconds, friendo, so don't you go anywhere. Food acquired. Thank you all for waiting, friends. Okay. Now, where were we? Oh yeah, we were discussing kind of like evocative art styles. And Stammering was mentioning... Oh, Blame. God, yeah. That's a whole kettle of monkeys. Blame and... God, good old Biomega as well. Hell of a read. Hell of a read. Definitely very inspirational manga in the sense of they have no upper limit on the glorious ridiculousness. But I feel like I'm reminded of a lot of those like compilations or those like little short story things. You know, this very much reminds me of things like Love, Death and Robots, where while it's not a complete story narratively, it's enough to imply something interesting. So in here, we need to hit the gravity well. And somehow fly something around the corner. I wonder. To my understanding, we can't do two-stage launches, so we've got to fire all of the missiles at once. So I might take one of their hints just to see where to go with this one. Because I feel like the game's still teaching us. But then again, you know, a good game is definitely one that continuously... A good puzzle game is always teaching you something. I just wonder if, like Opus Magnum and things like that, what kind of monstrosities people can create. Because we are limited with the pieces we have. Whether we use all of them or don't is up to us. And I can understand why they do that. Like, this has got a very, very clean style, but a lot of physics pieces going on. And as much as users say, oh no, we understand when it doesn't work, users very rarely do. So we need to hit that, and then that. Let's see what they suggest. Wait, so we can manually control the different... Huh. Oh! Forehead slap moment. This is already active. So yeah, it's time to build us a little vehicle. It's a bit wonky, it'll be fine. So we'll do the Space Engineers style. So we'll have left and right thrusters. Bit of the old forward momentum. And then duct tape a bunch of bombs to it. Jobs A. Good'n. Alright. So... Oh. Okay, okay. Alright, alright. I'm learning the controls. 1 and 4 are forward, and 2 and 3 are turn. Okay, okay, okay. Mistakes have been made. If you Probably don't need a second engine. But what about a braking engine on the front? There we go. So we've got engine 1, take off. And then engine 4. Alright. Here we go. 2001 Space Odyssey. Does anyone know where I can find some more Kerbals? I'm gonna need some more Kerbals. Okay. The problem? Weight distribution. That's gotta be it. Yeah, that's it. Our little vessel needs the ability to turn, right? It hasn't got that yet. So let's change that. Okay. So we'll pop a couple of cubes on the side. And then these can be our little turning jets. So 1 and 2. And then we'll pop a bomb on the front. And then we'll pop a bomb on the back. So here we go. Piece of cake. So now... Oh right, bombs are bad. Okay. So... 1, I'm gonna need some more Kerbals. 2, it turns out, shocking, it turns out that if you duct tape a bomb to where the heated exhausts, or I should say the jets go, that creates an explosion. We're making progress. Hookshot, how goes it? We're attempting to blow up buildings with engineering. Okay. Here we go. And kabloom! Did we get it? Did we get it? Did not get it. Oh. I'm gonna go to next level, but I feel like that was a cheap win. Okay, so we have anti-gravity, but we can turn it off. Interesting. So we got to somehow plow through this, avoid this, and then explode over here. Oh, I think I get it. We use one of the... So, we use the rotator clockwise to smash the button when we need to turn off anti-gravity. And yeah, and Phyllis, someone's mentioning that as well earlier. You know what? I very agree. The aesthetic around this, like the blame aesthetic, I think is very accurate. And again, friends, if you want some like really weird, inspirational anime nonsense, I cannot recommend. Blame enough. So now if we go, all right. So this is gonna be very much about timing. All right, so we've got our first switch. That gives us the timing to get rid of that. Now we need to create a bastard tier flying destroyer. Okay, welcome. The HMS Facebreaker. The HMS poorly thought out idea in real time. Don't worry, friends. I've got an idea. 2 sets of engines, that's right. So we hit all of these, and then off goes our little drill-nado. Oh. Oh, and away he goes! It was a good start. It was a good start. And to the Valkyrie Lantern, Watto and welcome. See, everybody talks about Blame and Knights of Sidonia. I must be the only person that read Biomega, despite the fact that it had a bear with a Barrett rifle in it. If you want a recommendation. But I do agree with what you're saying, Fearless, that particular artist's whole aesthetic is the impossibly large environment. So, the manga series everybody's talking about, Blame, in this conversation. The premise is thus: the automated systems that build cities for humanity have been running for thousands of years. So much so, in fact, they've built structures that now lap the Earth multiple times. There is nothing bar the constructions that they've made. Actually move the secondary engines a little bit closer. Give us a little less at the fishtalian. Yes, automated systems have just been building these huge cities ad infinitum. But here's the catch: it's been going for so long, the automated systems no longer regard the people who live there as people, because due to thousands of years of evolution, the DNA has changed so much that the automated systems consider the people to be foreign bodies. Biomega is a similar premise, just taken to the next level. So good. All right. Second attempt, let's go! This was not successful! Alright, fire the jets first, then set off the systems. So, jet systems go, gravity control go. Almost! Okay. Gravity control system broke. Alright, so here we go. Once more with feeling. And Lagmeister, I do mean an amazing talking sniper bear. But the reason why I always think things like Biomega and stuff like that are worth your time is that they deal with scope and scale both narratively and thematically in a size that nobody else tries. Especially Biomega. Especially. And I can't tell you that they're necessarily, series that you will love and adore and will be the best thing you've ever read. But what I can tell you is that they will absolutely be something that stays with you. Alright, here we go. Once more with feeling. Didn't quite make it. Alright. Let's try that again. See, this one's all about timing. I need to cut the engines at just the right time. Darn it. My creations! It's one of the weird things I will say about being a, maybe not so much anymore, but being a manga fan, is the amount of concepts that manga churns out that are fascinating, that while they may not necessarily work as a good show, are very inspirational. Like, the one I'd love to do video game-wise was, I'm trying to remember if it was Cat Shit 1, or, okay. You may have seen some meme pictures going around of, like, Club Penguin but Vietnam. Was a manga series that kind of retold the events of the Vietnam War, but replaced the people with penguins and cats. And so it allowed them to tell some really, really honest and frankly brutal stories that would be difficult to tell if it was people. And I think about that one a lot, that we do a lot of war games in video games as a whole, but we keep going for more and more hyper-realism to the point of almost parody. Whereas we haven't been doing a good job of telling emotionally authentic war stories, do you know what I mean? And I think that's because of the obsession with fidelity. Lord Traden says, like Watership Down did with rabbits. That more scarring children, but I know what you're saying. Also, let's get a bit more mass on this, shall we? Let's get the breaker front of this a bit weightier. No, wait, not you. I know when you haven't locked in properly. Okay, that's nice. Right, straighten that up. Oh, Chaunerus, have a lovely rest of your evening. And again, congrats on completing Fuga. I'm hoping to be able to play that through myself at some point, with all that free time I have. Okay. So let's try this again. Ah, crap sticks. Asari says maybe a little bad, but I'm considering starting to watch the One Piece anime. The manga's still going. I have personally found that to be a very inspirational series. But mainly because it does the old protagonist power. Oh! Darn it! It does some very interesting things with its protagonists, and it's a wonderful story. Plus, it's massively anti-capitalism, so I'm alright with that too. Like, obviously I'm not the first person to say this. This is not an original take. But One Piece is so wonderfully, like, anti-establishment. It's hard not to love it. Alright. You know what? I overcomplicated a good thing here. Go on, Super Heavy Cube, I believe in you! Bang it. This was not a good plan! But the other thing, sorry, is once you kind of know the characters, One Piece is one of those wonderful series you can kind of dip in and out of. Like, you can almost treat different arcs like different stories. Yes! Did we do it? Ah, 50%! Dang it! Oh, if you've only just seen this game, you have to clear all of these red little blips before you can continue. Alright. Right, maybe just a little bit of extra summit on the sides. Okay. Oh! Oh! Come on! Ah, dang it! It's just not quite enough. Man, this shit's sturdy. Where are my feckin' explosives? I wonder. Nope, that was a terrible idea. That was a dumb idea, and I was dumb for thinking it. I thought I could put some extra bits on the top because of the lack of gravity. But in truth... Alright, once more with feeling. Here we go. Getting those quick corrections in. Darn it! Wait, I'm trying to speedrun this. Friends, why am I a dumbass? I know, I ask all the important questions, but why am I stupid? We need reverse thrusters. So in theory, 2 and 3. And 4 and 5 are our reverse thrusters. And then we get 1 to do its hammer thing. Jobs are feckin' good un! Feckin' wee! Space donuts! Spnonuts! I am the reason why NASA has such strict requirements to be an engineer. Yeah, spin to win. Okay, reverse thrusters. Shit, shit, shit! Fuck! Alright. It was a good idea. You can see what I was going for there. We're going to try and land it over the top, then cut gravity and make it everybody else's problem. Alright. But, I don't know, I've always had a real soft spot for One Piece, because out of the big three... Oh, fuck. Out of the big three, it always had a very, very interesting way of telling stories, and it is very much the quintessential, it's not about how hard you punch, it's about your friends. And yeah, I know, that's a trope as old as time, but for me... Okay, we're through the first bit. Oh, crap. Right, counter rockets! Alright. Okay, look. This isn't ideal, but no, this isn't ideal, but we can still save this. Fuck. Take it back. There's no saving this. Okay, so whilst we're having a natter about manga and stuff like that, what are some of the ones that you would consider to be very, very inspirational? You know, the kind of ones that it doesn't have to be good, but there's definitely things that we can learn from either a story perspective, the way it shows its characters. Because someone mentioned Jujutsu Kaisen in the lineup. Great. Absolute masterclass. And I'm told the movie is like a solid prequel based on the pitch manga that would have led to Jujutsu Kaisen getting its official run. But the thing that I personally found with like Jujutsu Kaisen and with Demon Slayer is that they are very good of the same thing that we know. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just the idea of the things that I love about manga are the ideas that couldn't be done elsewhere. So there's a series I always mispronounce called
Reactor online, sensors online, weapons online,
Hold that
all
thought.
systems nominal.
I survived the bone zone.
Get to the boat. You'll need to define the bone zone stronger. How are you doing, friend? And thank you for 38 months. Sorry, the one that I tend to subscribe to people. The one I tend to prescribe to people is, I think it's pronounced Doro Hiroro, and it's about mages and a guy with a lizard face who's trying to find out who turned his lizard face into a lizard. All right, preparing reverse thrusters. All right, one's going. We might be okay. Oh, come on! That was perfect! Alright, let's see if our little spin to win machine can do the damage. Right, get to the boat. We are... Oh! I did it! Yeah! That took some fancy flying. Yeah, get to the boat. We are very big fans of Vampire Survivors. I've only just started the latest round of content, but if you'll excuse me, I just got a feckin' laser. So who's ready for disco murder? Alright, this is about to get weird. Ah, oh, damn it, there's my laser! I needed that! This is awesome! Alright, we're gonna need more lasers. Lagmeister, I have seen 86. Very, very interesting. Definitely an evolution on the realities of war as a situation. Although, I had a really funny conversation with Fiona about this, because she came in while I was watching it, and she's like, oh, heck, I'm pretty sure I've seen this before. And I was like, oh, I don't think so. It's very, very new. And I realised that as good as it is, it's very much... it's very much the absolute epitome of anime, if you know what I mean. Oh, this is fun. Do 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 do. Wow. You know what? No, I think we can. No, I want another try at this one. I think I can do more ridiculousness. I think it just needs to double stack the lasers. So create kind of like a ill-advised laser turret of destruction. Sorry, bear with me a second. I'm just going to. Wow! And now let's just let it have some fun. Sorry, where were we? Shazoom! Ah! Alright, when is it going to give me rocket boosters and lasers? That's what I want. Use mirrors to reflect lasers. Pff, whatever, nerds. Alright, alright. I'll make something sensible. Oh, yeah, it wants me to... Alright, I get it. It wants us to build like a laser out this way to then aim that way.
It came.
What? It?
Put it on your desk. Set it down. Not try to bat it off.
Okay, how? Fiona finally found a mug that she's not going to fucking yeet into the stratosphere.
It's called Mighty Mug. It doesn't go nowhere.
Don't.
It's my favorite color.
Well, I'm very happy for you. I'm building a laser to destroy mankind. What am I doing? I'm being stupid. I've got an idea. Got a great idea. Wait, no, why would it go on like that? To come. Laser time! Oh, gotta make sure we don't cut ourselves off. Wow. I'm doing cool things with lasers. This is so fucking cool. Why am I being entrusted with this? There are whole fucking systems in place to stop idiots like me having high-powered doom lasers. Okay. Yeah, let's just, we'll just slowly rotisserie chicken whatever this building is. Where were we? Staring's like, don't question it. Just let the pretty light show. You know what? Something, something, rotisserie chicken gift horse. So on the subject of inspirational manga, Lord Trader was suggesting Mob Psycho 100. I don't know if this is a heretical opinion. I would, for that one, I definitely recommend people watch it. That's definitely a series that's at its best in motion. But yeah, so like Meister, I have seen 86. I haven't finished the current content of it because it's heavy going. But no, as I was saying when it came on in, the thing I did notice about the Heavy 6 though is it's very anime. Like, you have to be very anime literate to understand a lot of its subtleties. Lord Trade was recommending Nicola Traveling to the Demon's World, also a good one. Trying to think of some other really, really good examples. I mean, I loved the Tower of Druga, which was a really good take on the whole, like, you know, challenge to grant a wish type anime style. But sorry, the reason why I bring these ones up is that with something like manga, like a commercial artistic industry that's been going for a very long time, because of the stability in that space, because of its reach, creators are able to do more weird and interesting and different things. Like, it's entirely okay in a season to have yet another... I mean, I'm going to prick on the shonen stuff because it's easy. But it's not uncommon to have yet another shonen protagonist set up, but this time the quirk is a little different. And I think that's okay. Because what it does is it allows creators in that space to be very interesting and different with the stuff that they're making. I'm going to see if I can... There we go. This should shed off the last of it. Hey, baby boy. And especially in video games is that sometimes, because of the amount of work we have to put into, mechanics, engines, visuals, etc., it could be hard to embrace weird thematics. I mean, I know I preach video games as kind of like my main aim. If that is my lunch, I will empty you. I mean, there's no lunch left, so I guess you're fine. You're trying to steal my food again. Sorry. I know I preach a lot about video games. It's the art medium that I know, and I do get very defensive when comparisons are made to other industries. I know this. But in the same breath, we need to experience other kinds of art so that we can learn. Now, I can't really go into Severance because I've only just started watching that, and I don't want to... I highly recommend seeing it, but I don't want to run my mouth. Deactivate walls to progress. Alright. Okay. I think this is just teaching us fun with lasers. Oh, shit. I caught myself an F! Give me a second. I don't want to lose this train of thought, because it was a good one. Oh, Stammering Gamer, did I say goodnight? I hope I did. Okay. Experiencing other art mediums as a way to better understand stuff. No, not for understanding, but for inspiration. See, Biomega is kind of fascinating because, I mean, it used procedural generation to create these massive structures. The thing is, it's easier for us in video games to create spaces like that if you know what you're doing. We have the means and the technology to allow a user to walk for almost infinite amounts of time. I say almost infinite because it's one of those things if you'd never really be able to test it proper. God, the poor person who'd be on the feckin' soap test for that one. Fun with lasers, fun with lasers. Sorry. So that's one wall down. Lag says getting too much inspiration from Man Angry is how we got modern visual novel dating sims. That's not true. Hang on, let me just destroy all of these things with my super high-powered laser. Yes, you're all making very, very interesting points, but laser goes pew-pew. Laser goes a pew-pew. Sorry. I'll just cut the building in half, I reckon. That should do it. I can just keep slicing pieces off it like some kind of incredibly violent deli. This is fun. Like, friends, if you take anything away from this, the fact that I am being a terrible conversationalist today because I'm having so much fun destroying everything. I hope that's what you take from this. Yeah, might need a few more slices. God, this is fun. 100% murder, don't mind if I do. Rails. Interesting. Don't worry, everybody. I've got an idea. Introducing the floating terrible idea. Wow. Wow. Ah, piss. Lizzie, as everything ground to a halt, I got an achievement that said, it's not rocket science. Ah! Yeah, it turns out I crossed the streams. I crossed the streams so hard, it annihilated everything. Okay, so friendos, I think we're going to bring a close to the play on Abriss. One of the things I do want to do is feck around on some other games, so we're not done by any means. Friends, we're going to be going for a few more hours yet. Mainly because some friends who are doing a stream over for Geek Girl Con are doing a big fundraiser today, and they're kicking off in a few hours. And I agreed that I would bring in a full complement of Vikings. But also, like, that crashed the stream, the rig, everything all at once. So I think, and this isn't a diss on Abriss. It's an early access title that's doing a lot of complicated computations when it comes to physics and the ilk. I completely understand that happening. And honestly, I was getting a bit too into it. So I'd like to wholeheartedly recommend this to you all. But let me put it back on just chatting for a bit. Apologies to my editor, who's going to be like, cool, another thing I have to stitch together, I guess. I'm sorry. I didn't know crossing two lasers and then having them fling off. So basically, Fearless, the idea was to create like a little ski on rails. So the idea was it was like a little vehicle with jets on the back that would ski across the rails, and the lasers crossed over would rake the sides, destroying everything, right? Didn't attach the lasers. So I hit the booster, the jet goes off and actually hits its target, but the lasers get flung off the back. And that was just more than it could feckin' handle. Like... yeah, something lasers with no safety switch. Walter Peck was right. That's some shady shit. Oh. So yeah, I lasered too close to the sun. Like... yeah, the final design of the night was Icarus, for it flew too close to the sun. Well, no, and I hope, friends, you do take away from that how much I was feckin' enjoying that game. Like, it was a genuine challenge to stay focused and play it at the same time. And holy crud, when it all kicks in, so much fun! So I'm really interested to see how much further that game goes. It's just, I don't want it killing the stream again. Vanderbeest saying at least Icarus used wax to attach his wings. Icarus wasn't dealing with 2 destruction tier building slicing lasers. All he had was a bunch of pigeon feathers. One rule, don't fly high. Icarus is like, whee! Oh no! If it isn't the fucking consequences of my own actions! No! Will's retelling of Icarus. As he crashes down. How did this happen to me? Okay, and we are good. Yeah, as Lizzie's saying, Skadi, this time it wasn't my fault. The game was a little too taxing for the... Well, I think what happened was something to do with the lasers careening off and all the explosions going. The game crashed, like, it came up with a crash error log, but at the same time it crashed all the streaming software, creating this this knock-on effect of chaos. Alright, Vanderbeest, you're right. It was a little hubrisy of me to think that gravity would hold upon these powerful lasers to my fucking rocket sled. But it is what it is. Again, friends, making video games is an incredibly complex process, and I fully understand how feckin' hard it is. You know, and this is an early access title doing some very, very complicated things. So I have no shades to throw. I want to play more. The thing that cracked me up though was after everything crashed and I managed to bring it back up, the first thing that popped up in Steam was just, it's not rocket science. Mock me, game! Lagmeister says, on the other hand, it should give you the level as done. You did destroy everything. It doesn't count if you destroy that plane of existence. That's not the same. Okie dokie. So, Bacon, are you with us here? Do we have any of the seers of Thievesian individuals? Because there's something I've been saving in my back pocket. Mainly because Fiona got to play Sea of Thieves all weekend, and all I could do was sadly watch in between bouts of dog care. However, according to my research, and the fact that people have told me, in the tutorial area of Sea of Thieves, there are a bunch of secrets hidden, and I'd like to find them. Would you all be up for a little bit of just a trundle around some tropical tropical islands, just looking for loot, unlocking names in the ilk? Oh, Robin was saying they wonder if it's a stream thing for whatever reason. Quite possible. Exo1 was another title that did not like streams running at the same time. Also, weirdly, what was it? Death Stranding. Death Stranding did not like being streamed. Oh, is it a Steam thing? I don't think so, Robin. It was having a trouble syncing it, so I had to restart Steam. But no, it was a legit crash log error generating. Will melted it. I did the bad. I expected those lasers to just stay on with a hope and a prayer. They did not. mean, Skadi, what you could do is split them into 2 videos for this one. Because if we do something different for the other, 2 videos for the price of 1. If you want, I could do like a fancy voiceover at the beginning. Last time on Will Explodes Things because it went bad weird. Oh. Or I could just inflict peggling on you all for the rest of the evening. Make you watch me play Inscription. Inscription's kind of not too dissimilar from Dorframatic in that be careful what you wish for kind of way. Except for Inscription's kind of like, look, this is painful and agonizing and you literally asked for it, so here you go. I can't see myself doing every Chivo for Inscription. I definitely want an excuse to play it. Vanderby says, Will, you need to raid with a full boat. Yeah! Lord Trident says, do you participate in the ARG elements of Inscription? We were aware of them, yes. We didn't get involved, but that's because we played a lot of the Hex and things like that, so we were aware there was more to it. To the Noble One, Watto and welcome. Thank you for the follow. Hell. Oh, 6 people away. 6 people from 4K on this Twitch.television. Skadi, no! I'm not trying to stack more stuff on your plate. I know you're very busy. Strax even playing a lot of Inscription. They want to 100% it and also speedrun it. Yo! And to the Noble One, I'm doing better for hanging out with everybody today, you know? It's one of those things of like... so I guess for those of you who don't know, Fiona got the bad lurg from PAX. She's been fine. Symptoms have been comparably mild, but it does mean that she didn't test positive until she got home. But it's meant that we've basically been on super lockdown, and it's been doing my mental health the absolute fucking worst. I was not doing well Sunday night. I was doing very badly Sunday night. And yesterday was... Saturday was lovely, but the only reason Saturday was lovely is because my voice was shot and I couldn't stream, so I felt guilty about that one. So, sorry to give you a very honest and complicated answer, but that's how I'm doing. How goes it with yourself? Well, I mean, Noble, you're not wrong. I cannot believe that these lovely Mother Hubbards let me talk about video games and the games industry as much as I do. This morning we did a full deconstruction of the Embracer Corp... Sorry, the Embracer Group acquisition of a bunch of stuff. And everybody let me talk a whole bunch about it. Oh, yo! Well, I'll have to thank Hookshot for the recommendation. Oh, they get the Hookshot seal of approval! And you know what, friends? Every game is better with a hookshot, which is the European version of a grappling hook. Not a lot of people know that. Sorry, I don't know what I was saying. But yeah, no, I'm doing good. On an aside, the airbrushing station is live. I've actually been able to start working on some Gundams, like paint them proper. Like I said, I just need to get some proper primer, and then I am good to go on some really good ideas. I've been experimenting with the knockoff Game Boy thing that I got from GDC, which no longer has the branding on. So I've been giving this like a little spray paint experiment. I'm gonna try sealing them tonight, and then yeah, once the sealant's done, I might do something fancy with the buttons, because The buttons are currently like a boring off-white, and I'm like, nah, it needs to be some bright colours. Lagmeister, how about no? Strags, you missed. My rocket-powered laser sled exploded so hard it killed the stream. But aside from that, yeah. This was a great sticker I got from the Pine Box in Capitol Hill, which is an ex-mortuary and funeral home turned bar. And so yeah, I don't drink beer with racists. The same goes for the rest of booze. Sorry, Hookshot was adding when streamers were playing Tunic, they'd say things like, "How do I use the hookshot?" or "When do I get hookshot?" Pipe up some funny replies. See, the thing is, hookshot already got you. And yes, no one. Capitol Hill, Seattle. I'm based out of Seattle, Washington. Moved up here, God, 1,000 years ago for a job that turned out to be a
Captain
nightmare.
on the bridge.
Oh.
43 months almost old enough for kindergarten.
God, yeah. Pack you all off with a box of crayons and a sandwich. Make you somebody else's problem for the day. Stooge, how are you doing, friend? And again, on top of everything else, thank you so much. But yeah, I need to find a home for this one. I was considering putting this together. It's one of the special shiny 00 Razor Trans Am colours. But I don't know if I want to do one of the sparkly builds right now, because they're the exact opposite of painting and customizing. Like these ones, you build them for the fun of it. They already have like cool plastic and shiny, sparkly, see-through bits. Oh, Noble Seattle as well. Yay! Well, I don't know if you're game dev or game dev adjacent, but if, then we will probably end up being in the same space at some point. Okay, so Lord Traden, have a lovely rest of your day. Hopefully you don't get cooked by the sun being a bastard. Tomorrow will be Hades. We're kind of getting to a point now where stream-wise we're a little bit more solid in our schedule. So I kind of... I'm trying to think more creatively about games we can be playing on Tuesdays and Saturdays now. Because we need to finish Hades. Hades is our Wednesday's game. And by my understanding, we're a ways away from second credits. Then Thursday, Stray Bombay are still sponsoring us to do the Anacrusis. Apparently they liked what we did last Thursday, so that's going to be continuing. Plus, alongside of Perios, Sage Bell and Tobias will be joining us for the Anacrusis this week. So expect nonsense, incoherent screaming, and a wee bit of banter. Then Friday we've got Sea of Thieves, which I am so loving still. And as I was kind of whinging earlier, it's rationing myself on Sea of Thieves is proving exceedingly difficult. As I said, I was very jealous of everybody getting stuck in this weekend. But like I said, hey, Hookshot, that's fucking cool of you. Thank you. Lost my train of thought. Sea of Thieves on a Friday. That's pretty bloody good. And then this Saturday is more Memno. So kind of like what we've been cutely calling kind of like Season 2 Part 2. The time skip has happened. It's all out war. And yeah, I won't say any more in case anybody's catching up or what have you, but really looking forward to getting back into it, you know? Oh, Hookshot, was just your hand slip there? No, seriously, thank you. I mean, it means that pretty much everybody who comes in here doesn't have to deal with ads. And about... Yeah, I keep meaning to actually sit down and help plan out the return to the maze. The idea of possibly doing it not too dissimilar than the Balu Bowl, but letting people test themselves against the Great Goose Maze, but slightly more lethal. However, that's just an hours in a day question, you know? Where's my brain at? Oh yes, okay, so there didn't seem to be any takers for finding all the hidden stuff in the Sea of Thieves tutorial. So let me see what else I've got. Ready to go. Terrabane, there's a fair bit, but it's currently just bug hunting, which I don't think would be very interesting, even though Terrabane is a game I wholeheartedly recommend. We could continue to be... Actually, no, I don't think I've got the capacity to do a day of reading. Oh, no, that's one I'll have to get bullied into. Sorry, I was looking at Iron Lung, which was very kindly gifted. Iron Lung is a horror game where you're in like a rusty deep sea submersible. Or as I like to call it, how about no? How about no? It's full glory. Bullied into a game like Depth. Yup. Currently, and this is only penciled in, but currently the next Depth session will be the 21st. Mainly because next week is Eurovision. And while there will be a stream on Saturday the 14th, I'll not be offended that most of you will probably be screaming "Ya Ya Ding Dong" while drunk as skunks. Play Ya Ya Ding Dong! Yeah, Straxy, I have no doubt that Iron Lung is terrifying. I hate that I'm blanking on the developer's name. It makes me a horrible person. Is it Zemansky? Yeah, David Zemansky. His work is feckin' good. We played a lot of his stuff on the DreadX collection. Cause like, feckin' yo. Dude says Barotrauma when? An excellent question. Probably on a day where caffeine won't feel bad for saying "feck you guys." We'll have to see if we can chain that up for a Saturday, because we're meaning to get the gang back together for that one. I mean, if I ever gain free time, if I ever start having a life again, it would be a great one to play on like a Sunday just with everybody. You know, Barotrauma's like audio soup carnage is fucking hilarious, but perhaps not to watch. And Zavara, what-ho? Thank you. Usually my pride flags would be a mite smaller, but our apartment has a no flags policy, so we're not allowed to hang it off the balcony like our last place. So it currently adorns the back wall in its full glory. Yeah, no, we need to have another Barotrauma session, like feckin' yo! Oh, sorry, I'm right crunchy. Oh yeah, Lizzie, hard agree. But it is what it is, right? It is what it is. I'm severely looking forward to having actually Hookshot makes a good point. What are the giant LCD display policies? You might have to look that up. Or plants that spell out swear words. Like we have LCD money, you know? everything I've kind of been consuming. I mean, the other thing that I do have, friends. Actually, how long would that take to get installed? Far too long. Crisis. What if we were pirates, but of a different manner? And I know, friends, usually I'm a lot more prepared for this with like backup games and stuff. But how many of you remember our sessions on the Caribbean Sail? A little kind of retro what if Oregon Trail but pirates game we played a few times. Because I wanted an excuse to go back with that. Plus, a group of you get to volunteer to be crewmates. We could take to the seas. We could get into mischief. Admittedly, in a bleak bloopian kind of sense, but I think that would be a rather nice way, because, friends, I'm with you here for at least another couple hours. Lizzie's like, nah, I don't know if this crew likes pirate games. Well, I don't know either. It could be a stretch. Ah, you're right. However would we cope? However would we cope? Oh, let me get some tunes going. I'm also checking the games industry nonsense just to make sure nothing's popped off whilst we've been going. Thankfully, it looks like nothing is. Yeah. I think we're good. I think we're good. Wunderbar. Sorry, please forgive me for being multi-track drifty potato there. I saw some stuff on the Prince of Persia. The newest Prince of Persia has not been doing very well. And it does seem that, yeah, especially considering as they're going to be changing developers on it, that's never a good sign. But it'll be interesting to see how it comes across. It's always weird, because it's like, whenever a game has to change developers, it's always... Okay, it's never because the game is doing so well that it succeeds, right? There's never a situation where a game is going brilliantly and swimmingly with no faults, and then the publishers go, actually, we're giving it to someone else. There's usually some pretty big issues behind the scenes, but the curious thing is always, who's causing it? Where are they coming from? Hookshot says, have we learned nothing from changing developers? Apparently not! I mean, changing devs usually means we're getting rid of a problem and we're just going to consider it starting again, you know? The one I'm still curious about is Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2. Like, we still haven't heard, one, why... what was it? Not Strike Suit Zero, that's the game. Why it was that... Oh, Undead Labs is the other local team. Feck, what was their name? Was it Mech Labs? No, it was something else. Hard Suit Labs. No, that sounds wrong. Anyway, it was a local Seattle dev that was on it that got pulled off. Paradox still haven't told us... It was Hard Suit Labs, okay, yeah. Paradox still haven't said who it is that is actually developing that game now, or what the state of it is, despite having a very, very strong announcement. So... big shrug. I'm still amazed that Dying Light 2 made it out, and I'll be very curious to see how that title is like shaping up in 4 or 5 months, to see how that does, because it seemed like they managed to scrape it through, but with a lot of shake. And Baron Watto, friend, hello. Hookshot was saying that every time the dev change, it feels like Manager tells staff they can get 4 weeks of work done in 2. Dev says they can't. Manager says we'll find someone who can. Yeah. Or there's shenanigans. Because this is the thing, is usually in situations like that, it's very rare for us to find out what happened unless it was something really bad. Like, it might have been, you know, the publisher wanted to use one company rather than another. It might have been that the developers in question were just fapping around. Hello, Flumpy boy. Flumpin'. Flumpin'. It might have been that the developers were faffing about and things were not going well, and the publisher decided it was cheaper to pull. Baron, I haven't shared the thing yet, but just because social media is a hellscape right now, and so this is not the time. But sorry. It's hard because the situations I know about, I can't comment on because of legal reasons. But it does happen sometimes where a publisher is in a position that a studio is faffing about. They're not making the game that they're being paid to make, and they're working on other things that they shouldn't be, but the publisher doesn't have a way to prove that they are breaking contracts, so they're stuck with them. And sometimes they do. However, it is not in the publisher's interests to burn the people they were working on unless it's really bad. So they will make an announcement saying they are parting on good terms and everything's peachy keen and lovely, but in truth, like, the relationship was strained and deadlines and things were being missed. And then sometimes that happens that the people dev side have either very aggressive management or have studio heads that have promised things that just weren't deliverable. And so the poor dev team is left kind of questioning, like, wait. So it means that a lot of these situations are hard to understand what really goes down. Yes. Do you have strong opinions on this, Amos? What are your thoughts on swapping development? Helpy boy. J-Post, the building deconstruction was a lot of fun. However, it crashed so hard, it killed the stream. Which is partially my fault, yes. Was creating a rocket sled with lasers on its... was that a fun idea? Yes. Should I have made sure the lasers were attached? Yes. Things could have gone slightly better. But no, the art style's gorgeous. The gameplay was super fun. If anything, friends, and I've linked the game in chat, if anything, the problem I had with it was because I was kind of getting a bit too into it, if that makes sense. Like, I was definitely struggling to hold a conversation at the same time, just by virtue of the fact that building the murder machines was really interesting. Lizzie's like, I don't blame Will for the stream caching. It's all the feckin' Lindas in accounting. Linda a shitty potato salad. Fucking Linda. She probably dropped potato salad on, like, the Ethernet cable or something. The feckin' switch. Chugging it up with all that bland-ass nonsense. Fucking Linda. Sorry. Got weird there. Yeah, Vanderbeest, if I'd had rocket laser glue, it probably would have been fine. But the thing that I would like to see with Abriss later on is what it really starts to look like when you get the more complicated, like, solve it however you want type puzzles. You know, the kind of levels where it's a lot more freeform, a lot more like approach it your style. I mean, smallest waffle, that's what I'm saying. Stream was bad because game too good. Yes, that is what I am saying. It's one of the reasons why I never streamed Opus Magnum for you all. because it would be like a more boring version of watching someone like editing a video. Hey!
This is a thing. It is a thing I have chosen to do because you're a good friendo.
Oh, I'm a disaster tier and you know it. But Kathy, alongside everything, thank you for 43 months. How are you doing, friend? Game were good. Game so good. Game crash stream. So now I'm subtly putting out feelers to see what people want to do for the next few hours. Because as I said, Geek Girl Con is doing a charity drive this evening, and we are absolutely going to be bringing the thunder. So my job for the next few hours is basically to play warm-up act, and I'm okay with that. Caffeine says dinner and then back to studying. Well, as long as you're not studying laser-equipped rocket sleds, then you're in good company. Peglin makes me swear a lot. I won't lie. I love it, but the cursing is real. I don't know. I'll put together a little tasting menu, friends, of titles. I was tempted to have a crack at Loot River, which dropped today, which is a fascinating concept, but I'm still kind of getting the measure of it. It seems to be almost like a build the dungeon as you go sort of title. But I would say I'm probably more enamored with the art style than with anything else, you know? It may just be another kind of like hack and slashian roguelike, but I mean, the Tetris-y elements of the combat intrigue me a lot. But I'm not sure how much direct control we have over the character or otherwise. Sorry, this is the game I was chatting about. Because it's one of those games that if I'm playing hack and slash at the same time as controlling the environment, that might not be the best one for me to show you because I'd have to really focus. But if it's semi-auto battler, like, color me intrigued. I'm interested. The only piss was I've got to install it, and hopefully that doesn't chunk the internet 18 ways from Sunday. The other games I've been obsessed with at the moment is the Chinatown Detective Agency, although I don't have a copy of that yet. But that's one that I'm actually going to probably do as a co-stream with Ems. Because if you haven't seen it, Chinatown Detective Agency looks like a regular point-and-click game. Standard, like, you know, a nice kind of like retro Gabriel Knight-looking sort of title. Looks lovely. But the puzzles is where it gets me, because it's like an ARG tier, like, research in the real type problem solving puzzle game, and that's ticking a lot of boxes for me, if you know what I'm saying. Hookshot wants to see a RimWorld stream. God. Maybe if I have a friendo here, like once the world opens up a little bit, I should say my world opens up a little bit more, and I can have someone here, like someone to chat with or to swap out with. Because RimWorld's fucking hilarious, and as a story generator, it's fucking brilliant. Though why anyone would volunteer to be part of my colony, I do not know. Oh, excuse me. However, again, it's one of those titles that I know I've become besotted with very quickly. God. It's just, there's so many good fecking games coming out all at once. And the flip side of everything right now is that it's great being independent. Like, it's wonderful being able to highlight and feature and support any games that we want, but there's only so many hours in a ruddy day. Which means I'm severely limited to how many games I can show you all. Twitch as an ecosystem does not like rapid game swapping. It gets very cranky about that. So I can't leap between them like some strange breakfast tasting board. River has strong opinions about the breakfast tasting board. Lost Flower says, what would you do if someone put Loop Hero in front of me? Well, they'd need to put some extra content in there because I've done it all. I've done it all. Okay, I haven't done the 4 hidden bosses and I haven't fought the frog, but we all have limits. Caffeine says, is the exclusivity part of the affiliate agreement going away soon? Well, okay, so the affiliate agreement on this Twitch.television doesn't actually contain an exclusivity agreement. It contains a more like a broadcast timed exclusive in video game terms. So, as I am streaming to your lovely selves via this Twitch.television, I have agreed with Mr. Twitch that I won't broadcast it directly to YouTube at the same time or to another platform. And that I will wait 24 human-constructed hours before I make this available on other places. That's the cheeky agreement. Maybe that's getting changed, but like we could stream on YouTube or Facebook or TikTok or what have you. It's just those platforms wouldn't allow me to make a living. Twitch is a very strange ecosystem to be tethered to, for sure. But it allows me to spend 5 days a week hanging out with you lot and talking about literally anything video game wise. So sign me the hot heck up. Alright. Because I just realised I have not had nearly enough water, which is why my head is thumping. The sad thing about having a functioning alcohol dependency is that one can get a little dehydrated. So, warm up to Viking raid game. So, dear friendos, and I will allow mead points for abuse on this one. So here are the things that I would like to put before you that we can do for a couple of hours before we go show a big old raid tier support for Geek Girl Con. So, first up, Sea of Thieves and the mystery of the Loner's Island, because I've really wanted to find those. So, for those of you who don't know, so Sea of Thieves has a tutorial area. That tutorial area has a bunch of secrets hidden in it, and I want to find them. Sea of Thieves and Mystery Tim, because apparently I can't spell and it's not giving me enough characters. The other choice is another run at the Caribbean Sail. I swear I'm not just picking pirate games, but this is one I've wanted to go back with you because there's a lot to this title that I have not had the chance to really experience. And again, it's a humorous Oregon Trail meets like Age of Sail kind of game. We could experiment with Loot River. Getting a cheeky install of that shouldn't chunk our frames too hard, maybe? we're gonna be okay, if we're gonna do Loot River, I think that's one we need to be prepared for a day. Okay. Oh, here we go. It's not a pirate game. It is not a pirate game, but it is a pastel punk exploration game on the edge of the universe called Sephony. By the same people that did Anodyne 1 and 2, the era swapping Vidya series. Nope, that's just Steam, you jerk. Bear with me a second. What else is on the potential docket? And again, friends, I apologize for putting the opus on the choice in yourselves. Usually, this wouldn't be as chaotic. I wasn't expecting Abriss to take exception to being streamed. I cannot imagine anyone wants us to watch Peglin, right? Like. I can only imagine that would be infuriating, especially when it goes wrong. And as I said, Terrabane's good, but we're currently at the bug hunting stage. The irony of which is not lost on me. Yeah, Lizzie, no one expects the game and rig crashes, exactly. And it wasn't as bad as XO1, which shut the rig down. And Vanderbeest, thank you for filling the pint glass, friend. Oh god, I still have the Museum of Mechanics and Lockpicking. That seems a little... Oh! There we go. Arty Farty, here we go. Eternal Hope. An arty farty puzzle platformer that I've been saving for a little bit of time. Seems like the great kind of game to just, you know, have a couple of hours kicking about on. Oh, Hookshot says XO1 is another great game from their hometown. Way cool. I'm still a little salty that they revoked the early access keys for a lot of people, which is one of the reasons why I haven't been able to do coverage on it. But it is what it is. As an arty game with a great movement system, God, moving through that world is incredible. Ah, piss and bins. There's one more game. There's one more game that would be perfect for a couple of hours. And I hate that I'm suggesting this. How many of you remember from Shark Week, Narcosis, the Super Whooper Deep Sea Maneuver? Bryson Robot. It was an absolute banger. And we never finished it. We got as far as the little semi-open world section where we had to like navigate a bunch of different like spider crabs and things like that. Yeah, okay. So that's 5 games to choose from, friends. So, time to spend those mead points. Right. Let me put this poll forth. Also, because I need to chug some water. Alright, so. If you cast your eyes towards the chat of twitch.television, I have for you all 5 games to choose from. Sea of Thieves. Specifically, we'll be going to Tutorial Island and mopping up the teeny tiny mysteries that have been left. The Caribbean Sail, which is what if Oregon Trail but pirates. Then we have Sephony, which is the pastel punk Edge of Time exploration game, Eternal Hope, which is a cutie patootie 2D puzzle platformer, and Narcosis, which is a spooky as bullshit first-person exploration game with some horror elements. Now, you can use mead points to vote more than once. It's only 10 mead points a vote, so if you want to put the weight of yourself behind them, go for it. Bryce says they remember seeing the Narcosis trailer years and years ago, and every time I think to suggest it to someone, I have to dig up the name. Yep. There aren't that many deep sea spooky games. Weird, I know. Now, I'm gonna go get some water, just so I don't end up with a thumping headache. I leave the choice of our next game to you all. Vote with your voice, vote with your mead points. The choice is up to you, and I'll be back momentito. Which means in a moment. Hello, hello. Let's see how the voting is going with me, Budget Matt Berry. You couldn't afford the real version, so you've got me. Alright, so currently, we've still got a few minutes to go. It looks like we'll be doing the Caribbean Sail. Though Sea of Thieves made a bloody good go for it, and Narcosis. I'm sorry to the one person who wanted to see Eternal Hope. I will never know who you are, but know that I see you. Oh, here was me running my fucking mouth. Sea of Thieves is like... Now, it's going to be time to find all the cheeky secrets. Sorry, I'm just checking on Amos. He's just chewing on a bone, being a happy little numpty. We still got a little while before his chaos is unfurled upon the rest of us. But yeah, vote with your mead points. And oh no, I might have to play more Sea of Thieves. However will I cope? I think either way I'm going to need a controller. Yeah, no. And J-Post, thanks for the 20 bits, friend. House Order, recovering from the House Chaos assault of earlier today. God. 2 blue bits in a day. No big deal. Actually, Bryce, I did want to ask you just a strange aside question. Do you find you're able to watch people play those kinds of horror games? Or do you find that it's just like thematically it is out? Because there's some titles that I can watch people play that I do not want to play myself. And for others, it's kind of like the flip. I mean, J-Post, I wasn't calling you out, but that was some super corky maneuvers. Ah! I mean, Fearless, that wouldn't feckin' surprise me. The ghost bell sounds and Amos knows it is time. Though it does look like it's going to be Sea of Thieves, dear friends. But we're just going to be having a trundle round and trying to find the Isle of Secrets. So Bryce says it's not the horror aspect, but the deep sea setting. Yeah, I hate that. It is deeply unsettling and scary. But also, friends, before the poll closes, Narcosis got exactly 69 votes. Nice. Sea of Thieves with 303. Caribbean Sail with 200. But Bryce was saying that they had the fear of 3D awarding games, but only initially of playing. Interesting. God. I still remember having to bully my little sister into playing certain sections of, like, Half-Life 1 and, God, Jedi Knight. The weird, like, fat snakes. And we get to play some more Sea of Thieves. God, I'm hooked on this game. Yeah, in Jedi Knight Dark Forces 2, or Dark Forces 2 Jedi Knight, there were these big red snakes that were kind of slow and lumbering on land. But in water, they moved like lightning. For some reason, those things freaked me the feck out. Really hated those. Alright. So, friends, it's time to find the many secrets of Beginner Tutorial Isle. Oh. Please don't require an update. That would not be fun. I mean, Bryce, I don't know if you've seen the video that Deus did of our depth game, the very first one that we played. But you can... He even pointed out, you can see the moment that thalassophobia kicks in for me. Because there's this one bit where I'm looking over the... I've gotten lost from all the other divers, and I start swimming out. I managed to fight off a shark. Ugh. And then I look over the edge, and I'm like, oh, feck. One of, like, the water cliffs. Bacon says, you do get some cosmetics for finding everything on the tutorial island. Cool! Well, feck it, friends, we've got like an hour and a half until the Geek Girl Con stream kicks off. And friends, they're going to be doing a big charity event. So please, 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 even if you have to tap out from my good self in the next like hour and change, please do head on over to Geek Girl Con, which will be kicking off from 7. Now, my goal is to basically be the warm-up act with your lovely self, so we can crash on in there and be like, hey, let's get this started. But yeah, sorry, Bryce. I've still not been able to track like where my fear of like deep sea open water nonsense comes from. But I can tell you that especially like those old platformers where you could drown underwater and stuff like that, those were definitely a large contributing factor. Excuse me, Sea of Thieves. Could you? I see your tiny wheel. Like, Sonic the Hedgehog has a lot to apologize for probably an entire ass generation of people having like the fear of drowning. Oh. But in Sea of Thieves, I spend an inordinate amount of time not being under the water, and that's how I like it. But it's nice. It creates something for me to avoid, which is being in the sea with sharks. Bryce said the Sonic drowning music was a contributing factor. Yeah. But also, I'm one of those people that, like, I can get a bit obsessed with my fears. So I know a shit ton about sharks. Like, there's some of it that's probably outdated knowledge, like the whole thing of we didn't, at least, I don't know if this has changed, but we don't know where hammerhead sharks go for a bunch of months of the year. They just disappear into the deep depths to do whatever it is that sharks do, and then they pop back up again later. Cool. Goblin sharks can bite in front of them, but they literally have the mouth from Alien. Tiger sharks will eat literally anything. They do not give a feck. They're like if someone combined like a possum, a raccoon, and a murderous jet fighter into a water creature. Straxy says, Dire Docs freaked him out as a kid. Straxy, I'm just waiting for this dehydration headache to pass. So I'm not passing what you mean by that. I'll probably know it when you say. What was Dire Docs? Oh, Mario 64, feckin' course. Sorry. God. Sorry, basically, I'm just taking every thread you lot are throwing at me as a conversation point, but I still remember the first time encountering the hub world of Mario 64, that it blew my tiny mind. Bacon has the Maiden Voyage guide up if you want hints. I'll probably bloody need them, let's be honest. I'll probably bloody need them, but let's do it together. We've got an hour and a half to kill. And mischief abound. As long as none of it involves fighting the feckin' Megalodon, I'll be fine. I found the underwater sections, especially in Tomb Raider 2, to be way too stressful. The lucky point was, like, I didn't really have a PlayStation of my own until I was much older. So I would play PS1 games at friends' house. You know, we had that whole thing where we each had a little different consoles, and we'd rotate, like, whose house we were going to for the weekend, depending on what we play in. A lot of, like, video game rental type experiences. And with Tomb Raider, I'd be very, very sly, and I'd be like, oh, alright, I've had my go, pass it on, just as we were starting to get to, like, the watery sections. Ugh. Straxes was saying, okay, who says the music in Dire Docks is soothing? Psychopaths? But yeah, I mean, props to the teams making those tunes. As we wake up on the beach in our fancy clothes. Alright. Lost Flower says, to be honest, various horror sections of video games have made me quit
You look a
playing
little
games.
worse for wear, my friend. You must be on quite the journey. I should eat something if I were you. A full belly can do wonders for your
Yeah,
spirits.
dum.
Once you're in good health, we'll speak proper. There, you look better already. Maybe even strong enough to reach the Sea of Thieves.
So is it canonical that we're basically like in pirate purgatory? Like, has that been confirmed? Oh, don't tell me I just broke the tutorial already. Did I just break the tutorial? Yep, broke it. Ah! I ate the banana too quickly. And now I haven't got a weapon. Oh, pick up the cutlass. There we go. Yeah, J-Post, you can take the guy out of QA. Something, stab a skeleton. Yeah, see, Bryce, that's another thing. Like, back when it was much, much harder for video games to have... Hey!
What ho, Vikings? This looks suspiciously like a pirate game.
Indeed it is, Lyris. Indeed it is. So, Lyris, we are basically playing Super Duper Warm-Up League before we head on over to a charity stream being run by the Geek Girl Con team. God, why am I bad at talking? Like I do it for a bloody living. We did play a wonderful, wonderful game earlier called Abriss, which was like one part... It was like a build a destruction machine game. It was really good. I wholeheartedly recommend it, but okay, I'll put my hand up. What is the one thing that we got told by the Ghostbusters? What was the one thing that they told us? And I'll let you all answer on this one while we talk to this guy.
There's far more to being a pirate than a blade in your hand and a love of other people's money.
Says you.
It's about finding your way through ancient caverns by lamplight, digging up long-lost treasures, and raising a frothing great tankard of grog when you live to tell the tale.
Caffeine is correct.
For all that, you'll need the right equipment.
Never cross
You
the
can
streets.
start by taking this old shovel.
If someone asks if you're a god, you say yes.
I stowed a few belongings around here back in the day. The map will show you the way.
Okay, so if we go to quests. Now, is there anything else on here that looks like it might be some goodies? Alright. Well, first things first, I'm hungry, so let's make some chicken. But yeah, so Lyris, we played a wonderful game earlier. We're now we're going to try and find all the secrets in this little area here. Chickens! Freshly salted chicken. Because apparently if we find all the little secrets on this island, we get some cool cosmetics. And as you can see, friends, there's a lot to explore. And yeah, I'm sorry, Lyris. I'm a little all over the place. I'm just fighting a dehydration headache right now, which will disappear in a few moments. I've taken some ibuprofen. I've got a whole thing of water. I did want to apologise, Lyris, again, that the Perun stream didn't happen on Saturday. I couldn't make the Perun voice with my throat being, well, my voice being ruined. So I am sorry about that. And I wanted to ask if you'd be okay with potentially the 28th of this month being the Perun Day. But also, thank you. I'm doing it, Lost Flowers. I'm doing it. Look, see, I'm down to Corgi Bot levels. Okay, so while we're having a talk a bit, friends, what is the earliest game that you can remember scaring you? For me, it was the Amiga version of Shadow of the Beast, because it had these really horrific transformation scenes of like the guy like ripping out of his skin and all the monsters that were coming for him. God, that freaked me out some fierce. But then again, like a lot of us, I have a long history of having seen films probably way younger than I should have. Cooked. There we go. Cooked chicken. Yeah, and Quasi says Resident Evil comes to mind. Oh. Bryce says Shadowgate on the NES, the gargoyle on the cartridge. Okay, so Lyris, 28th of May, Perun stream. I'll add that to the list. But yeah, so friends, 28th, Perun Day. Baron's like, done with photoshopping, now it's time to get trashed. Alright. Now let's see what we can find. Oh! In true video game fashion, found ourselves... Right, there's the Sea of the Damned. Not all journeys to this island are happy ones. Today I stumbled upon this poor soul, map still in their hands. To think they were so close. No matter how swiftly we set sail or how sharp our aim, it's only a matter of time before the Reaper's hand clamps down on our shoulder. I am fortunate to have a friend with wisdom enough to know this. Thanks to her, I live beyond my years, at least in spirit. For younger pirates, the yoke presents itself. When they perish, their souls are saved from drifting alone through the Sea of the Damned. And if you should die on the Sea of Thieves and find yourself in the ferryman's company, know this. He deserves your respect, for he has made the greatest sacrifice of all. And Baron, thank you. I will do. I just felt like today was not the day to make our big announcements and stuff. Alright. Alright. So he has a map to the Sea of Thieves. Oh, sorry, going back to games that first scared. So Quasi was saying Resident Evil. Oh, that fecking intro was horrifying! Like, that was some proper Romero tier stuff. I can't remember if he was involved in the intro or if he was just involved in the commercial. You know what, I'm just going to go get the treasure now, just so the pop-ups stop. Straxy... Oh yeah, Die Docs. Oh, Ultrazini says the first major game freakout was Metroid Prime. The Metroids latching onto the first time was eerie. Yeah! Those things are not fun in 3D. In fact, they are rather unsettling. If I remember rightly. Oh, you would think I've done this like 5 times. Oh, it's this bit up here. Sorry. Oh, okay, Bryce, remember, it was the commercial for Resident Evil 2 that Romero directed. You're right. Excuse me. Oh. There we go. Ratty old sailor's treasure. Lost Flowers in the first one they can remember is Ocarina of Time with the Spider House. Yeah. Varble says Halo Collector Edition stands out. What do you mean, like OG Halo? Oh no, CE Combat Evolved. Forgot that was the full title. Acronym's the bane of my life. They did such a good job with the Flood. Now, the Flood is definitely one of those examples of how to do pacing well, because if the Flood were the only enemy in Halo, they wouldn't be scary at all. But considering you spend so much of your time fighting against, like the Covenant
chest.
and their brightly coloured nonsense.
Secrets.
Alright, take old sailor's equipment. Thank you. Alright, so now we've got the stuff. I think he's going to let us fack around on the island now, right?
A fine weapon. She'll serve you well out there.
I will probably never use her. Oh, that's cool.
There, now you look like a true pirate. There's plenty more to see, so why not stretch your legs and explore?
Oh, why not stretch your legs and explore? Okay, so behind... Alright, so behind there was a skeleton clutching a map. So this is fascinating. Hang on. And there's nothing to be translated from these. Although... Also, this is just a map to the Sea of Thieves. Interesting. Alright, so let's keep going. No, sorry, the thing I found fascinating is that, according to Fearless, the 343 Guilty Spark from the original Halo was referred to as Resident Halo by the QA department. God, if you ever want to know the good shit, talk to QA. Okay, so we've got a wrecked ship, some broken pieces, a couple little isles, waterfalls, always worth checking. Capstan up there. Alright. I get a feeling there's more to do with this ship than I got the chance to really unfurl. Lyra's played a lot of strategy games growing up. Their first big FPS was Medal of Honor Allied Assault, which was a blast. Frustrating, but not scary. Well, so not necessarily an FPS, but Lyris, what's the first game you can remember, like, either unsettling or, like, downright scaring? Hanging out by myself with no friends, 2 bells! That doesn't seem to have done anything. But you see there's something hidden over that way. So let's see what we can decipher. This is basically going to be like Violent Drunken Mist. Probably worth having a look in the crow's nest. Oh, read lost secrets. Alright, blast it all! The key to my ship's hold is missing. Must have slipped in my pockets at some point around here. Between this and a business with Rathbone, I'm developing a bad habit of losing keys to my belongings. I mean, mate, if you want a title for your cookbook, there, got you. Perhaps it's made a bid for freedom from my jacket when I climbed up for a drink of the fresh spring water. Ah, well, I lost treasure now. Oh, okay. Fresh spring water. That's where we want to be looking next. Oh. Can't raise a flag yet. 2 bells! Friends, you do have to understand that 2 bells has kind of made its way into our lives. Like, whilst Fiona was playing Sea of Thieves all weekend, the amount of times where she'd say 2 bells to people and I'd just yell back, 2 bells! It's more than I care to count. Lyra says they'd agree with OG Halo. It wasn't just the flood, it was the whole attitude of 343 Guilty Spark. Purpose of the ring, the flood. Yeah! Like, talk about one of the best bait and switch betrayals in games. So how do we get up to this side? There's got to be a way. Alright, well, in the words of Sir Vanillion Ice, one must get up to get down. This will... hippity-hoppity. Fresh spring goppity. Lower, lower, no. Alright, this looks like a fresh spring to me. So where's Mr. fell out of his pocket? Mr. I probably lost my stuff around here. Check it out over here, but... Crux says that they didn't play scary games as a kid. The first game that scared him was Half-Life. Well, I guess it wasn't that I ever sought out games to scare me. And the thing is, like, Shadow of the Beast is a platformer where your character can turn into a beast. It's not... Let's see if raising the ankle does anything. Doesn't appear to have done too much, but let's have a look. He was like, well, I thought you were ending an hour ago. The team over at Geek Girl Con are going to be doing a big old charity drive in about an hour and 15 minutes. And they asked very kindly if I'd bring over a crew, and I was like, fuck yes! They're doing a big, big charity drive this evening, and I really want to help support that, so feckin' we. Although, if it fell out of his pocket in the fresh spring, maybe I'm looking at the wrong spring. Questions and questions. Right, let's go have a look over there. That looks like where we can start getting into some... Oh, and Deus, what we're doing is we're finding all the secrets in the tutorial area. According to Bacon and some others, if we can find them, there's a bunch of cool shit in here. If we find all the secrets, we get like a cool little cosmetics. So I'm having a little look around now, and I may put my hand up and be like, Bacon, I don't know where the things are. Can you please tell me? And Deus, how are you doing, friend? We were just having a little natter about games, what scared us back in the day. Oh look, it's a little dinghy. Let's see if we can get in there. Oh, I wonder if I have to feckin' swim round. Prefer not. Fearless was saying that Marathon might have actually scared them when they were young. FPSs were still early and some of those levels were dark and it became hard to see and avoid getting flanked in open areas. They had a computer that could manage at most 10 FPS when staring at a wall, so sometimes too scared to press on. If I can know that feel. Haha! Baron is saying Amnesia will always be their favourite scary game. Yeah. It's interesting that, you know, the topic of scary games has definitely become a genre to itself. Oh, sorry, let me read Making Camp. Even with all the wonders I've experienced, it's the most simple things in life that remain the most enjoyable. Tonight, it's an oatmeal roasted over a roaring fire. Fresh fruit's all well and good, but if you have time to properly prepare a meal, you'll feel better for it. The trick is to keep an eye on the dish and serve it up when it's perfectly cooked. No amount of grog can wash away the taste of burnt food. And with a bit of practice, even the humble Splashtail can keep a pirate in good health and a full belly. At least they're good for something. Well, let's try cooking some chicken. Wait for the chicken to cook. Because I remember the first scary game I encountered was Phantasmophobia. And, both the first and second one. The first one's a bit campy, but has some really gory kills. And the second one's like this cyber Lovecraftian horror. Ugh. Quad, I have tried Myst, and in a time before internet and game facts, that game could fucking do one. The one that stayed with me in terms of like experience of when playing it was again classic Resident Evil on the PlayStation, because we played that at my cousin's work because he was working as a security guard on weekends just to make money, and so we borrowed the big telly from one of the meeting rooms, but the problem was the light was alright. Well, what have we here? The light for the meeting rooms was at the back of the meeting rooms. So what happened was that if you wanted to borrow the big wheelie telly and bring it up, you had to go in, turn the light on, find the telly, wheel it out. But then, to take it back, you would have to go in, leave the telly, turn the light off, and then make your way back in the dark. And let me tell you, friend, after spending like 7 hours playing non-stop Resident Evil, that was an experience that I would not wish upon anybody, you know? Wellity. Found ourselves a spot of an hidden treasure. Well, maybe not hidden treasure. Exploring the caves and all that. What does it feel like it wants me to dig right here? No? Alright. Just wet sand looking fancy. So the thing was, like, early Doom definitely had that kind of tension. But the problem is that I played Doom during, like, the era of cheats, if you will. Firebombs, eh? What am I supposed to do with this rowboat? Sorry. But playing original Doom during the era of cheats meant that, like, it could be very tense. But the only way you get the true experience is by actively playing it in the dark without turning yourself into a powerhouse. With cheats, you could be invincible and have infinite ammo and all of that. So, but I've talked about this a lot. Like, I don't think I really experienced Doom properly. Take this around the hog, go for a little look. Okay, I didn't know about the brakes on these little bad words for quite some time. Hey! Accommodation unlocked. Your boat. Woohoo! I'm learning! absolutely not taking this thing out into open water. How come I can't pedal backwards? Sorry. But yeah, I just wanted to add that it was interesting that because I had access to like cheats, infinite ammo, stuff like that, I experienced Doom in a very, very different manner until I was older and I really got an understanding for like, no. It's a very different game to play as a power fantasy than it is to play as like a tense, you know, marine alone up in space with no backup. So Fearless, I've already played through the tutorial. That was our first Sea of Thieves stream. The goal today is to find all the little secrets, so I get some extra goodies. Bryce was saying there's several games that had horror elements in them. For example, Shadowgate had some proper scares, Alien 3 on the SNES. There's Xenomorph pixel art, feckin' yo. Doom, Seventh Guest, Diablo. God, feckin' yo. I would definitely feckin' agree on the Marine campaign of AVP. I actually ended up playing a large amount of the Predator campaign to get kind of ready for it, because I got AVP 2000 as it's now called way back in the day. It was feckin' great, but like the Marine campaign was too much for Babu Will. So I ended up playing through it first as the Meep. Come on, let me dock this. I remember playing through the campaign originally, first as the alien because you are the scary thing, then the Predator because you have to go up against the scary thing but you've got tools, and then finally as the Marine because the Marine has the worst time ever. Oh, those were some times. Yeah, Wheeler Dealer, I remember that AVP title. That was a strange time in Sega's history. A strange time indeed. Anyway, Wheeler Dealer, how are you doing this afternoon? Some good friends of mine are doing a charity stream in about an hour, so I'm trying to find all the secrets in the Sea of Thieves tutorial before heading off for Mischief Aplenty. Alright, now where's that pissing key? I would expect it to be shiny. And where are the fire bombs? Wait, did Rebellion make Rogue Warrior? Because, okay, Rogue Warrior is a terrible game, but I enjoy it thoroughly. If you haven't played it, Rogue Warrior is basically Mickey Rourke playing some, like, super marine... Not a space marine with superpowers, but just like a do-everything special forces guy. And it contains one of the greatest endings to a game ever, where they remixed every swear throughout the game into this weird little hip-hop track. It's fucking brilliant. Oh, interesting. The dude who wrote Rogue Warrior went on to create SEAL Team 6. Interesting. Rebellion went through a strange phase. I'd still argue that Rebellion as a game developer is still finding their voice. Because they did, what was it, the Strange Lands or the Strange Brigade or something along those lines. Which wasn't awful, but it wasn't amazing. Oh, here we go. Oh, some spooky shit out that way. Alright. Paintings of the past. Of all the unsolved mysteries that haunt my dreams, none are more tantalizing than the long-lost people known to pirates as the Ancients. Sorry, I should do the pirate voice. Their legacy can be felt across the Sea of Thieves, from the ruins that lurk deep under waters, to cliff-top paintings that shame my humble efforts. They clearly had a great wealth of knowledge, and mastered many curses of the arcane powers, and yet something drove them to leave. Wheeler Dealer, have a lovely rest of your evening, and thanks for stopping in, y'all. Maybe some war or calamity struck their civilization. Perhaps simply time for them to move on. The truth, as it always, eludes us all. Alright. I mean, I see you trying to do some paintings there, mate. Not a bad shout, it's just a bit weird. Let's see if we can get up any higher. Because supposedly there's a key around here somewhere. Pirates do love keys. Oh, no, I might be trying to QA it a little too hard. We picked up some fire bombs. I wonder if there's anything we can do with those. I just have that sneaking suspicion that we need to observe from up here to possibly see what it is that I'm missing. Because they did play the cool dramatic music. And we experimented with, like, changing the ship's sails directions and weighing the capstan and the anchor over that way, so... On the plus side, the only things on this island seem to be chickens and parrots, both of which are, as I know, delicious. Okay, no. Now, Bryce the Robot, I will wholeheartedly agree. The face huggers from ABP 2000 still feels like the only time anyone got them right. You know what I mean? Like, many people have done... Oh, Lost Flowers. I think that's just a viewing spot. So it's just a place where we can have a little look and just look out, you know. It's just right pretty. It's a good view though. But yeah, no. So friends, if you didn't play it, so AVP 2000, it is available on Steam. You can still play it. It still works. It was one of the few games where the face huggers were an instant lose. So you had to be on your feckin' toes. You'd hear the skittering of, like, fingernails on, like, a metal floor, and you would have reason to freak out. Like, with other games, they added, like, QTE mechanics where you could, like, grab the facehugger midway and throw it away, which was probably more user-friendly, but absolutely stopped the facehuggers from being this thing to fear. Because if those things get you, I mean, okay, you'll live long enough to have a thing burst open from your sternum. Was it Y to activate third-person mode? Ah, you're right. That is a nice spot. Also, check out my shiny boots. I'm right fucking fancy. Right, friends, I do want to find all the little mysteries, and we have plenty of time. But also, I like being in this game. As someone who is afraid of the sea, I find this game's visual aesthetic and its world to be very calming. You know, this is the kind of game that if I didn't strictly play it on stream, I'd probably just start up single-player sloops and just fish and hang out and just natter, you know? Orchesini, I did read the book behind me. It was talking about the Ancients. Now, Stracty said they played one of the other Alien games, and in their opinion, it's an action game first and a horror second. But Straxy has a high horror tolerance. I mean, that's understandable. I mean, but horror tolerance, like spice tolerance, is one of those things where you can appreciate it even if it doesn't wreck your day. But OG AVP, the fact that anytime you encountered a facehugger, it was game the feck over, was very powerful. Because they moved fast, they would jump at you screaming, and then it would just be like a classic sort of jump scare. But, like, bam, it's on your face, you're out. And that was a really strong design decision. Now, Alien Isolation does a very, very good job. Obviously, I'm biased because, you know, I used to work at CA, and while I did not work on Alien Isolation myself, I know so many people that did, and they did an incredible job. And while they're probably all asleep at this point, like, friends, there are a lot of people who were on that title who will frequent the Longship. In fact, the gentleman who started No Grey November was one of the team on Alien Isolation. So, you know, keep it in the family. Oh, Lyris likes my shiny boots. Nice. Alright. This looked like the kind of place someone would shimmy off a bit of treasure, you know what I mean? But yeah, with AVP 2000, it was some seriously scary nonsense. Also, they had in-game video screens that played live-action video, which blew my mind at the time. Fun fact is, those are all like little video files, and if you want to mod the game, you can swap those out with whatever you want, which continues to make me laugh. Alright, let's check the wreck up here, see if there's anything else to be found. What the fuck is that? Yep, don't want to swim out that way. That was about as brave as I get. Don't see anything in there. Okay, okay. So we found the little cove. We haven't found the key that supposedly the guy dropped. So he dropped it by fresh water. There are a couple of freshwater streams, some of them that lead out. So let's go have a little look-see. To those of you that have found everything, feel free to give cryptic hints. Because, let's be honest, this is just a lovely excuse for us to hang out and have a natter. Bryce says the version on Steam has the videos from Gold, where the devs read everything because they didn't think Fox had quite hit the mark. Yeah, and they're so cheese, but they're on point. I mean, the low fidelity means they didn't have to have, like, crazy good props, and at least by my understanding, quite a few people on the Rebellion staff, when they made that, were massive fans. Like, you know, had their own homemade pulse rifles. Oh, I walked by a journal on that wreck. Okay, I'm going back. Caffeine, we'll give it a half hour before I have to start being like, all right, can you please tell me? Let's have a look. Oh, let me guess, the journal was above, not below. Good work, Vegas. can't. No, I'm just being stupid. Oh. That noise was weird. Excuse me? Oh, I led to believe there would be some reading here. On account of fact, I told there was a book. Excuse me? Shoot a soggy book. I tell you, the one that I think about a lot was the live-action cutscenes, again, from Jedi Knight, good old Dark Forces 2. I don't see... I would have doubted there'd be a journal underwater. Alright, I'm clearly being a dingus and missing this. Oh, there it is. Okay, new landmark. This stricken ship certainly wasn't here during my last visit, and there's no sign of a crew, so perhaps they fell overboard and met their end. Things are very different on a Sea of Thieves. No thanks in small part to my own adventures, I must confess. We have an arrangement with a merfolk who live deep under the waves. Should any pirate become lost at sea or stranded, they'll help him back to the ship. If you should find yourself flung overboard, traveller, look for a merfolk's beacon before the sharks get you sent. Be glad you did. Fucking sharks. Alright. Fucking parrot! Okay. So that's another one down. Bites the dust. It's got to be more to do with that big ship. It's got to be. Shush you, I'm looking for treasure. Okay, so Marble says, cryptic hint. First thought on the key was correct. Alright. Excuse me, fish. You wouldn't happen to know where I can find a fucking shiny key, do you? Also, I know I said this before, but I do want to say it again. Like, thank you everybody who's been helping me with my my D&D stuff. I still need to come up with a character name, but I think I'll be going for the alchemist, the vengeful barkeep is definitely what I'm playing. And while more than a type basic, Bryce was saying they poked their head back into AVP a few months ago. I must say it holds up really well. Like, we really should do a day, friends, on how to... on which games really do hold up over time and why. Because we throw around things like art style or, you know, design and things like that, but those are such nebulous terms that can mean so many different things at once. I was in light. Like, there's so much more to video games than just, oh, look, it looked right pretty. And the difference between titles that hold up and ones that don't. The thing that still blows my tiny mind is if you play AVP 2000, the aliens are segmented. You can blow arms and limbs and shit off, and they'll keep coming. In fact, one of the haunting things, you can gun down an alien's legs, and it will just keep crawling at you at speed. And that combined with like the really chunky style. Okay, do I need to fish up the key? Because we got one waterfall here, and we got one waterfall here. I guess there's one more over this way. Those are our three. Yeah, Bryce, and they do bleed on you. Now, whilst the face huggers are very representative of the film, the blood's not so much. That's more like a little splash damage. I don't see anything shiny. But let's keep looking. I might have to throw myself down a waterfall again. You know, standard stuff. Lyris thought of fishing too, but never got it. Could have been bad luck on their part. Okay. Check these here waterfalls. I was once informed that one should not go chasing waterfalls. Since acquiring myself a pistol and a cutlass, I have come to find that chasing waterfalls can be rather satisfying. I mean, usually stuff in the Sea of Thieves, if it's useful, it sparkles. Also a pretty good rule for life. Bacon just says, dong. Straxi's like, well, I was going to make that joke and then you stole it. Ever since Half-Life, though, I've loved games that take extra time for their tutorial areas to do or say something. God, I could probably still do every line of dialogue from the Black Mesa Hazard course by heart. Mainly because we managed to get the demo running on a school computer when I was younger, and so we'd take turns running it. And that's one of the reasons why I got everyone to play, Hey! Pipsy! What ho, friend? And Lord Lost and Found. 2 for 2. So, Loader, and to those of you who have joined us, Watto and welcome. We are currently hanging around. I'm trying to complete all the commendations on the tutorial level for Sea of Thieves, because we're going to be joining a big old charity stream in about 40 minutes. Geek Girl Con are running a big old charity drive tonight that I'd really like us all to get involved with. So if you all don't mind hanging out and chilling for 40 minutes, we're going to go raise the flag. Oh, rep page also. Reputation. Merchant Alliance, Sea of Thieves, Hunter's Call. Is it these ones? Oh, here we go. Discover all the journals of the pirate lords. Alright. Open the hold of the Magpie's fortune. Cool. Catch a fish whilst on your maiden voyage. Ah, piss. Complete the adventure begins. And complete all maiden voyage. Oh, so we fired that. Okay. So we're going to break into the maidens. We're going to break into that fucking ship. Alright, crew. Get your bilge hooks. We're going in. Oh yeah, and as you joined us, friends, we were talking about games that scared us originally, and that's kind of morphed into just really talking about like tutorial levels in games and titles that really sung to us back in the day. The thing I was trying to say was we need a better way to... Key needed to unlock. Okay, so we find out. Journals, fish, and the stash. Alright, so let's do a spot of fishing while we're chatting. Because it's a nice little spot. We can catch up with Pepsi and Lord Lost. Alright. Shit, what was I saying? Oh, just about how the good old Black Mesa Hazard course will always remain one of my favourite little things in video games. Come on, you chubby fish. Get on my hook. I will tire you out, you fishy bastard. You belong to me. A fish. Alright. Getting full. Food required to cook. Oh, no one's cooking you. Have a banana. Okay. So now we need to find some more journals. I think we've got to find 5 more journals. And somehow find this ruddy key. Although, annoyingly, I will have to nip to the loo in just a second, because trying to fight this dehydration headache has not been my smartest idea. So we found the little area beneath the water. Sorry, here's me getting distracted. Okay. Next conversation topic. Best tutorial levels. I mean, one of the ones that has to go up that is worth a mention is good old Ezio Auditore, good old Assassin's Creed 2. Mainly because I don't know if it can be necessarily called a tutorial level, but that whole space where it's just you and your friend just playing around, it gives you this wonderful kind of like, this wonderful sense of him being like a whimsical idiot. Like, he's about drinking, ladies, and jumping around Venice. And, oh, did I read this one? Oh, Sea of Thieves! That's what they call it nowadays. The genie is out the bottle, and more pirates are finding their way here every day. Some are looking to hide from their enemies and their pasts, from the Grand Maritime Union, while others have heard the call to adventure. It's only a matter of time before they reach the island too. Maybe they're all dreaming about the Sea of Thieves has to offer, just was I. And if that's the shape of things to come, I'd be a fool to complain. Instead, I'll stow a few supplies around the place for those who need them. Things work differently beyond the shred. Better, for the most part, but newcomers will have to think on their feet to survive. Oh, that's it. 2 bells! Oh shit, that was 3 bells. Oh no, that was 1 bell too many. Nope, that might be one over there. Oh man, Strakes is back with curry! My first thought was, did you bring any spare curry with you? Asking for a friend. I'm actually doing good for food. I have eaten hearty this day. It's got a weakness for curry. Fuck you, fish. Are you telling me those fish can dodge bullets? I'm telling you, when the time comes, they don't have to, because you'll be drunk. I swore I saw something to be reading over here. Aha! Oh, darn it! How are those not legit books? Wait, there was an up ladder all the time. Oh, I think I missed it. I find this library to be questionable. There is a distinct lack of booze aboard this ship. I will be taking it up with their pirate superiors. Sorry, just Straxy was saying they weren't looking for a second, and then all they heard was, fuck you, fish, and then gunshot. Hey, that fish knew what it did. The fish knew what it did. Alright. So we got one out that way. Let's try checking this area around here again. Oh, you know what, Bryce? That's a really good one. Because we talk a lot about Soulsian games, but... Oh.
Yes, Mr. Sparrow, there is no rum or grog on the island.
But where's the rum gone? Alright, I might have to start admitting help for where to look next. Because I'm sure I found a few of them. And I'm pretty proud of the Summoner of Myths titles. So, okay. So we're here on the maiden voyage. There's 4 more books to find. And there's the Hold of the Magpie's Fortune. That's the one I want to find. Oh, wow. Pirate's Life. Oh, wait. Is that like the Captain Sparrow nonsense? Okay, the Sunken... Oh, okay. So the Pirate's Life is the first part of all that. And the Shroud Breaker. God, I don't even know what half these are. Oh, we're going to have a lot of fun with those later. Cryptic Hint. Core. Oh, we'll go over where those bloody parrots are. Friends, I'm so sorry for taking another break. I know I've been up and down like a ruddy yo-yo today. The secret is don't hydrate, because it means you have to pee every 5 minutes. Fred says I'd like to call hacks on this game's title, The Sea is Not Literally Made of Thieves. Have you not met fish? They're bastards. Fred, I'll be back in just a second. Hold that thought. Mainly because, Fred, we're going to be going over to a charity stream in about half an hour. So basically, I'm your warm-up act. But rather than telling you pithy stories, I'm looking for books on an island. It's not very exciting when I... Oh, hold that thought. Hello, hello. Thank you all for waiting. All right, let's go find some piratey nonsense. All right, so there's some parrots over there, and there's some parrots over there. Maybe I shouldn't have tried to gun them down. That was a bit mean. Now, a cutlass. That's a legitimate parrot fighting weapon. Oh. But yeah, sorry, before I nip the loo, Bryce was just talking about the Asylum Demon in Dark Souls being a, as in OG Dark Souls, being a great example of either stand your ground or run. Both are legit. And it's a very good teaching moment. But a lot of those early areas are really good for bringing people kind of up to speed. I am being overly complicated with this, aren't I? Oh, there's some nice flowers here. Oh, core, not squawk. I did check the. I think I read the book up in the crow's nest. I think so. So I got the crow's nest book, and I think I got the book from down in the caves there and the one up there. So what am I missing? I also need to find this bloody key! Oh, my name's Crafty McPirate, but I can't seem to keep me fucking keys on me, because I'm an idiot. Didn't leave them in your bed, did you? Yeah, I got Crow's Nest book, but I wonder if there was things like... Because you can, like, step out on the... Yeah. Yeah, this is the one where he's talking about how... made a bid for my freedom while I climbed up for a drink of fresh spring water. Ah, well, it's another lost treasure now. So climbed up for fresh spring water. Might need to dig for the key. Oh, well, Sea Witch, have a lovely rest of your evening, friend. But is it that water? Or is it that water? It was climbing. Climbed up. Bible says no digging needed for the key. The fish have it. 2 more books in that area. Alright. I got the one by the wheel. Will's lost on a ship. 2 bells! Yeah, I got this one. They gave it a name.
Reactor online.
Hey!
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
2 bells.
2 bells! Bullying fish, 2 bells! Damn. Dodged my bullet. Bacon says, the cryptic key, the key, matey! You're all wet. Alright. So diving for the key was the right move. I just need to be diving in the right places. So I had a look around here. I found the book behind the waterfall. I'm just going to check once more in case I'm being a dingus. No, and Straxy, that's really good advice. Straxy was saying that they've learnt one thing from playing Splatoon. Don't trust the fish. It's entirely fine to dig up old bones. Yeah, so this was the one about the Sea of the Damned. We got that one in. Okay, so there's one other waterfall, which is the one going this way. So could have climbed up, could have dropped it down here. It didn't fall down this way, it would have kept going. Over here. But I could have sworn we searched this little bit. Or is there another waterfall that I am missing? Also, the piratey voice is mildly infectious. And Superbot, I am having a good time. How's your day going? So he climbed up. But I'm retracing his steps, aren't I? Now, I think there was a waterfall on this side. So maybe that's the way to have a look. As I slowly infuriate everybody who knows the answer. Oh no! Well, Superbot, hopefully my dulcet tones and natterings can help. And if not, we're going to be heading over to Geek Girl Con's charity stream after this. So we're gonna sound the horn. We're gonna bring in the cred. All right, source of water you have to climb up to get. All right, so here we're doing a lot of up climbing. Oh, look at that, it's right fancy. Ah, but there isn't water up this way. Okay, so to climb up, it is one of the ones up that way. But then where from? Although this is quite a... Ah! My fucking knees! Oh, well, that's a raw fish. Alright, so I've got broken legs, and I will soon be vomiting. This journey is going surprisingly poorly. Oh, my leg. Oh, my leg. That's fine. And besides, raw fish, you can eat that. It's healthy. Okay. Source of water you got to climb up to. Alright. Making it. Yeah, sashimi. Totally legit. I don't know if you're supposed to eat the whole bloody thing, but... Alright, so that would make this the highest water source. To make me severely lost. Poorly but fairly well on brand. I'd love to tell you you're wrong. You're not. Friends, once we're absolutely plague free, I have the weirdest craving of just like affordable sushi buffet. Like our local supermarket does pretty good sushi. Like it's not like reaffirm your world thinking good, but it's all right. But the reason why I like it is because I can spend an inordinate amount of money and get a stupid amount of fish. Okay, so this is where he climbed up. Right. Now where's that fucking key? Listen, you fishy bastards. Hand over the key, or Nemo gets it in the bloody gob. Oh, found it! Woohoo! See, friends, sometimes what you need is perseverance, friendship, and threats of extreme violence against Disney characters. I'm not saying that you could solve all the world's problems by cocking a pistol and aiming it at little Nemo's face. Aw, did you hear that little ditty? It was like, we shall sail together. Ooh. Take gold. Cha-ching. Take gold. Cha-ching. Take gold. Cha-ching. Ooh, time to read some secret plans. If you're reading this, you've broken through my strongbox, which makes you a worthy pirate indeed. Worthy enough to hear me plan. Transforming this old stomping ground of mine into a safe haven for travellers. Spark something deep within my soul. This is the flame of an idea. A great tavern, far more magnificent than the usual pubs and alehouses, known only to truly legendary pirates. A den that is sold only to finest plunder, where ardent adventurers as cunning as sea dogs can meet and swap stories of gold and glory. If you make it to the Sea of Thieves, should your hearts desire a real challenge, heed my words. Seek Athena's fortress. Seek Athena's fortune even, that's probably more useful. And I shall be waiting. Ooh. There it is. The Sea of Thieves. Okay. So we found there. We read the book. But how much nonsense deep does this put us? Alright. We're going to find 3 more books. Superbot, I do believe they are hitting on us. Or at very least, they're giving us a bit of the old... I almost said a bit of the old Who's Your Father. A bit of the old hero's journey. God. See, Agananiki, if it wasn't for the fact I knew how big an empire One Piece is, I would be so keen for a fucking Sea of Thieves One Piece crossover. Alright. So we're going to find 3 books, and then truly the legend is ours. So let's check across the way again, because I probably missed a whole bunch down in these little caverns and whatnot. Actually, Bacon Adventure makes a good point. They don't put the shine on the treasure like they do in the main game, which to an extent does mean that it semi-fails as a tutorial, like as a teaching experience. Alright, we read Making Camp, but I didn't check down this way if there were more books to be found. But yeah, friends, like, once I'm all clear, I'm going down to Freddy's. I'm going to spend a stupid amount on just, like, grocery store box sushi, and I'm going to eat until I can't move. Like, I'm going to buy so much that the people there go, "Sir, are you okay? Like, is this a cry for help?" XD Johnny XP is currently installing bug snacks. I still haven't done a proper session on bug snacks because it scares me. Alright, so I got this over here. We checked up here, but I didn't check to see whether or not I had to open this or if there was another book to be read. Aha! The ship that fits! We've all seen what happens when huge armadas try and make it through the Devil's Shroud. It's not pretty. Screaming sailors and splintered ships. I learned long ago that smaller crews have a better chance of making it along the twisted routes that provide safe passage to the Sea of Thieves. That's why we all have small ships. An old traveller is best served as a sloop. They're small and nimble, though their size comes at the expense of firepower. Larger crews must learn to sail a brigantine, or even a mighty galleon. A commanding sight with their 8 cannons and 3 great sails. Then, of course, we have the humble rowboat. These tiny crafts can be carried by other larger ships, and perfect for retaining the element of surprise. Will successfully negotiate a hostage swap. Look, I'm not proud of what I did, but sometimes that's what it takes. Alright, 2 more books to find. God. I'm just having a look at the plunder pass. So far, though, it doesn't seem like we've missed out on too much. Oh, only available to Pirate Legends. Okay. It doesn't seem like we've actually missed out on too much. Like, we missed out on the Spring Blossom figurehead. And I guess some Fortress Blessing tattoos, but... like, it doesn't look like we've missed a whole lot by not having the Season Pass. Or is that just me? The Spring Blossom hull seems kind of cool. Bacon says, so the last two are easy to miss. They get more specific? Yeah, let's do that, because we're coming up on time to start kicking ass. I guess maybe it's like if you really, really enjoy this specific set, south half of the shipwreck is something to look at. All right. Roger that. Whee! Get back up here. Right. Oh. Yeah. Friends, I'm trying not to be a whingy whinge bag of late. I know, like, soon as Fiona's clear of the bad lurg, I'm clear of the bad lurg, then we'll be able to have friendos over some more, and my mental health will pick up something fierce. But, oh boy. Oh boy. I just keep planning for it, you know? Oh, we walked right by one climbing out of the sea while looking for the key. Do you mean by the ladder? Over this way. Fred's like, still no thieves. We can take it up. We'll make a class action suit against Rare. Despite promising us a seed amount of thieves, there's a distinct lack. All right, south end of the ship. We missed one. All right. Let's go looking. And Bacon, like, seriously, thank you for taking us through this. Well, I mean, I know loads of you were ready to help, so I guess thank you all for taking us through this. Aha! So near and yet. You've really done it this time, Ramsey. If there's one thing to return, it's one thing to return to your favourite island, and quite another to wreck your ship in the art of it. I was bound to get careless sooner or later. This place has been my little secret for so long now. Couldn't wait to get back. To dream. I'm so close to the shroud I could feel it. Could reach out and touch it. I'm not ready to sport a nook for an hand though. Not yet anyway. What lies on the other side? Piles of glittering gems? Huge leviathans the size of galleons? Even better. Maybe some, might be there a future for pirates like me. Next time, things will be different. I'll visit Magpie, the shipwright, I'll buy a new vessel, take my time finding crew, we'll set sail together. Alright. And... Alright. So this is where I kept getting up from. There's a ladder. Excuse me, there seems to be a distinct lack of literature. Aha! And here's Lords of the Sea, the last one. Once long ago I was standing atop these cliffs, staring out into the sea. Quite lost in my own thoughts. Suddenly, there was an almighty crashing sound, as Kyle had just thrown a barrel of explosives right under the fucking ship. I apparently pissed my jeans, and the rest of the night goes how you can expect. Sorry, it was the Kraken. One of the largest I'd seen for quite some years. I was so startled I couldn't help but leap backwards with surprise. Once I picked myself up, battered and bloody, I decided to install this ladder, just in case any future visitor took a tumble the same way. Nowadays, thanks to that fool Merrick, Krakens aren't the only sea monster to watch for. Megalodons are one of the more freely roaming beneath the waves, and provide quite a challenge even for experienced pirates. Why, I once battled a monstrous pale-skinned beast at, well, save that tale for another time. Oh, shit! So that's a shout-out to the feckin', that's a shout-out to the Ghost Meg that we fucking fought down. Alright. Complete the Adventure Begins commendation. Wait, so I just have to sail out of here now, right? And now check the commendations. Oh, Oh, I don't want to sail out of here. That's the worst. I don't wanna. Friends, you might be thinking to yourself, but Will, it's not so hard. You sail a sloop by yourself. Piece of cake. Cup of tea. Fish and chips. England. No. There's a fucking Meg out there. And so far, it's not attacked me during the beginning. But that doesn't mean it won't. If there's one thing I've learned about this game... Alright, alright.
Well now, I say you're as ready as you'll ever be for what's ahead. Allow me to show you the path. The shroud is beginning to part, but you have one more task before your journey continues. You may be ready to sail, but your ship still needs repairs. Go and tend to her wounds.
I don't wanna! Oh, fine. But I'll have you know I'm doing this under duress. I fucking hate this. But Bacon, thank you for taking me through all that. Alright. So first things first, let's get this freaking... Let's get this all raised up and sorted. On the plus side, though, as we're going into a charity stream, it does feel pretty. It does feel pretty on point to actually sail into them, you know. All right. So before I started whinging about megalodons, what were we chatting about, friends? Look after your ship. It will take collisions. No. Make sure it's ready to set sail. Aww. I mean, Bacon, you know I love this game. And honestly, the big challenge has been not binging it in my downtime. I won't lie. Alright, now where are those anti-shark rounds? Go. Alright, we'll take the boom barrels, because as we found out, sharks aren't flammable, despite my best intentions. Maybe a red signal flare or two. Stick him in the eye. Alright, so cannonballs. Load a blunder bomb. And another blunder bomb. Alright. Alright. Friends, are you ready to set sail for the Sea of Thieves 2 bells? Even though we've been playing this game a lot. Alright. Sails down! Setting sail for adventure. Although it's weird not having all our fanciful ship cosmetics. Oh, sorry. Salem says what? Finger slipped. Just ordered bits to build up their super budget arcade stick with leftovers. Oh, I can't change my. Alright, so I've got to use the pistol then. Alright, let me just adjust to port. Just ever so slightly to port. Alright, you You spooky fuck, where are you? But no, I really like the idea that to get to this secret hidden sea, the Sea of Thieves, like huge ships of the line wouldn't be able to make it. That's why we have these small... I mean, it's called a galleon, but it's only a 4-person vessel. Fucking hate this. Alright, just to starboard. Alright, Caffeine, to be continued, friend. I know you're out there, you spooky fuck. Do not like... Amos, you're fine, Bobby. I'm not talking about you. It's okay, boy. Clap, 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 clap. Because I do not remember at what point it starts throwing freaky shit at us. Yes, hello, baby boy. I know that music. Where are you, fucko? Ah! You! Bastard. Popped up just long enough to cause some bloody trouble. Caps the wind a little. I'm sorry. I didn't realise we were going to be dealing with ghost arseholes. Excuse me? Sloopington, I can't help but notice you're not doing the turning thing. Come back here, you skeletal bastards! Jerks. Boat! Drive faster so I might stab them with my fucking cutlass! Oh, I forgot about that bit. Do not like this. Ah. Well, that was a bit of luck right there. Can I interest anyone in a spot of grog? God, it's the third time I've played this fucking tutorial and I keep forgetting all the bits. Why have we not mentioned the Blackout Club? One of the best tutorial / prologue levels. Wait. Oh my god, I'm just doing a poor job being a host today. Off we trot. See, Lyris, I remember the feckin' Meg being a jerk. One of these days I'll fucking kill it. Yay! Oh, Bacon says that the Kraken will always go for the bigger ship. Interesting. So as a sloop, you have a higher chance of success if, like, you're getting chased by a galleon. Yay! God, this game's fucking glorious. I've definitely got the bug. Check us out. See if we got the goodies yet. Oi. Did we do it? Oh, I suppose we can't check at this point, can we? Like, I'd have to jump in-game to see if we got it or not, right? I mean, alright. Let's... So, I'm gonna jump on in. So, adventure, sail across the waves. Sloop. Closed. I'm just gonna faff about, maybe spend some of the gold we've been earning, you know, all that stuff. Just while we're waiting for the Geek Girl Con squads to get all set up and running. Plus, I want to see if we unlocked everything from that maiden voyage. Because if so, I'm rather proud of that. But I don't want to do anything super duper exciting whilst the rest of the crew aren't with this evening. The other thing being, if I start playing this now, I'm going to get sucked in proper, and then it'll just be me, like, until, like, midnight, just glassy-eyed. Naught but pirates on the brain. Plus my alcohol dependency's kicking in, so my brain's like, but what if also wine? Because, yeah, by my understanding, there's a special area you can only get to once you reach Pirate Legend status. And that's when some of these, like, Pirate Legend missions and quests and things start unfailing. There's a bunch of little stories and tales that we've not found or gotten stuck into. I mean, hell, there's one in the pubs that we haven't even begun. Because, like, this is the... Yeah. Athena's Fortune, that's the Pirate Legends. But then here we got the Shroud Breaker. Mysterious stranger finds a way to reach a distant land filled with treasure. See, that sounds fun. This guy...
You have business with me?
What's your deal?
Watch your back out there.
Whatever, mate. I like the idea that you can just pick up 2 fire bombs in a barrel next to the pub. That seems safe.
Take your time. No hurry. See you some other time.
Yeah, Bacon, if you want to send on an idea,
over here.
or if you
I
want to
have a
wait until the
favor
crew's
to
together on
ask.
Friday and suggest it to
What's
us.
on the horizon today?
Oh, we already got the beloved figurehead. Desirables for doubloons. Exclusive items from the bilge rats that you can buy with doubloons. Alright. I could buy a fancy commendation. The Hunter's Call are curious people. Formal recommendation. Mystical recommendation. I take it these are like one-off you can buy early to get you going.
Adventure call.
Oh yeah, we'll go check the shipwright for the new stuff. Good idea. Sorry, here's me being all over the place. Right, friends, I'm just gonna fish and chat with you lot and hang out until we're ready to launch a proper raid. Right. Yeah. So there's the Magpie's Fortune. Golden Wheel. When did we get the feckin' Warring Rabbit? It's very strange, but alright. Yeah, so with that unlocked, it means that if we go to Reputation and all that, maybe seasonal? But yeah, so we got everything from the Maiden Voyage. That's feckin' cool. Okay, and the Seabound Soul, that was the thing we did with the hunt for what's-his-face. Where we got our fancy Paragon Sword of Souls. Discover the Ashen Journals. Oh wow, so we were doing real good for that one. So I guess it's more of these like tall tales that we can get stuck into. Oh, Orchardini says the rabbits from around level 50 on the rep grind. Okay, thank you. And you're right, Bacon, I did get a new jacket, though. I like my kind of my... I'll do the crab dab to show you. I like my red jacket. It's got the length to it. Goes well with my shiny, shiny boots.
I need a very, very large drink.
All right, and I'm gonna hoover up these extra little commendations because I can. Woohoo! Hunter's Call reputation raised to 1. Was it the Hunter's Call that were like the Meg Hunters or what have you? God. Oh, I'd just get a cheeky couple of levels here and there. I'll take what I can get, friends.
Go wherever the wind carries you.
Ah, a beautiful excuse to hang out in a beautiful place. I guess that's the thing that's keeping me going on this one is that, you know, whilst one could look at the experience as this title being very simplistic, there's so much more to it than it first meets the eye. May as well decorate my ship even if. Bacon says, for Hunter's Call, you turn in fish and meats as well as gems. Interesting. You know, if we do get accidentally set upon by some ne'er-do-wells, I want to at least make sure we die in style, you know? There we go. Stylish little sloop if ever I saw one. So there are 5 different groups that we can raise rep with, right? I guess I'm doing a little bit of learning while it's just us hanging out. So reputation. Okay, so the bilge ratch is just the general how's your father? I've got to stop saying that. Sorry. So these are just the general flavors of nonsense. Skeletal thrones, why not take a seat? Forsaken shores, alright. The Reapers, they are the murderous PvP faction. We're good. That's not a group that I need. Gold Hoarders, we seem to be doing very well with, along with the Order of Souls. The Merchants Alliance, take it or leave it. But the hunters could also be a group that we could raise to 50. They do count towards getting 50 for Pirate Legend. Okay. Oh, and Vulture Pony, a good evening to you. Hello, I'm your warm-up act. We're going to be raiding on over to Geek Girl Con. That team's doing a big old charity fundraiser this evening, and I really, really want to support them. So if you don't mind my dulcet tones for another, like, 5 or 10 minutes while we talk nonsense. And then we can go flex our great might. Woohoo! And because I bought my way to level 35, I can get an even fancier shovel. That's a right good shovel that is. Not sure about the Gold Hoarder's outfit. I mean, how am I supposed to hold a sniper rifle with a feckin' hook for a hand?
See the chests.
Excuse me? So, Bacon, aside from, like, handing in meat and gems, what else is the Hunter's lot? Because I feel like there's more to it. Also, have you got any tattoos for me, mate?
Today?
You got any tattoos, mate? Right, what have we got? Ashen Dragon's not bad. Like that sleeve, even though I probably won't be using it. Tattoo set of the Wailing Barnacle. Sounds like a mate of mine. Oh, I'm going to get the classic combat tats. Oh, I'm wasting my money on tattoos. Oh, I haven't really been spending much on makeup. I guess that's on me, you know. Oh, and a title. Keeper of the Glittering Hoard. Earned over 15,000 gold from Gold Hoarder. Yeah, fucking sign me up. Okay, so the only problems with the Hunters is they are only at sea posts, and they don't have quests like the Hoarders, Souls, or Merchants. So they're harder to level. You've just got to bring them a lot of meat. You've got to bring them a lot of meat. You've got to bring them a lot of nonsense. Hunter's Jacket's a bit too edgelord for my liking. I think Kyle's got the Ocean Crawler. Like, honestly, currently I'm really digging, like, the Sea Dog jacket. The black and red. The open. I mean, the Ceremonial Admiral might have to be one. Just, you know, for the old redcoats. Just to annoy some people. Sovereign Jacket. I'll probably end up caving and being, like, every starter Gaia Online avatar with the Jacket of the Ashen Dragon. Right, I'm not made of stone, friends. But a pirate's jacket says a lot about him. The Inky Kraken makes me look like a supervillain, but it's not shiny like the boots. It's not shiny. Not fast. So yeah, we just have to bring a meat and gems. So basically, I could go out there, do a lot of fishing, maybe do a little bit of cooking on board, and then...
Until next time.
Oh, shut up, Charles. Shut up, Charles. No one asked you. Alright, so currently I've got that one. Because the only tat you can really see are, like, the neck ones and the ones across the chest. I don't think there's one across the chest here. So yeah, so Bacon, you're saying I could just hop on a sloop and just go fishing round that way. Tattoo of Dark Relics. There we go. Love it. And I know it's weird that I'm choosing the title of the Summoner of Myths, but I never want to have to face that fucking shark again, you know? So if that's going to be my moniker, then so be it. Alright, hypothetically, if we were going to go fishing whilst we're warming up the stream, how far away are we from a fishing outpost? Go sneak a couple of... fishing trips in. Just don't tell the rest of the crew that I was fishing without them. Look, they're not going to be mad if I just go fishing, alright? I've still got to navigate over there. There's plenty that could go wrong. And it's not off-stream, so it's technically allowed. Technically. Alright, there's Sanctuary... Treasury of... Daggertooth Outpost. I guess, yeah, wouldn't North Star Seaport... Yeah, that would be the closest. Heading south-southeast. Yeah, I could make it. I could make that journey. If I get sunk, I get sunk. Bear with me a second, friends. I'm just seeing what the status is on where we'll be heading over. Because we might be able to head on over now and start repping support. But I'm just seeing if they've got... if they're doing a warm-up. I've got to sit through this feckin' Taco Bell breakfast box. God, I can't imagine Taco Bell for breakfast. But that's probably because it fits the same kind of space in my mind as drinking an inordinate amount. Okay, friendos. It looks like our fishing trip will be cut short, as we're going to be heading over to GeekCon now. So, Miyakini Sakura, you don't want to see Taco Bell. Not at that hour. So, friendos, I hope you've had a lovely Tuesday. I know there's a lot of scary shit going on in the world. We do have human maintenance if you need to talk about it, if you need to vent or what have you. We've got you, alright? And one of the reasons why I want to go over to GeekCon now is they are raising money to fight against the current fuckery that's going on in the US. Which, considering how quickly they've mobilized, is badass. I want to go support that. But yeah, if you need us, we've got you. I hope today provided some good background noise, some good nonsense banter, and a little breather from just all of it. Tomorrow we're going to be on Hades, so hopefully, touch wood, it won't be quite as all over the place tomorrow. And if it is, fuck it, we'll take them all on. That's the pirating way, right? Friends, I want to say thank you all for coming and hanging out today. I've had a lovely day, and chatting with you lot is always a massive improvement on my mood. God, wow, okay, I'm getting incoherent. Okay, specifically, I would like to thank the following people, because this whole thing is just kept upright on donations, bits, everything that you lot chuck in. So I want to say a massive thank you to that. All right? To that end, I'd like to thank the following miscreants. So to Jackie Foxbutt, thank you for the donations. Like, I know a lot of them tend to be joke-wise, but the fact is they hit PayPal the fastest, and they help us out a whole bunch. Thank you. Bit's the biggest thing that keeps us going still. So to Firestraker, Jafar James, Eraman, Stammering Gamer, J-Post, Down Under Dwarf, Bacon Avenger, Favor 6, Lyris Dragon, Thrame, Vanderbeast, The Fearless Sun, and Compliment Cap, Anonymous Cheerer, I'm doing the pirate voice again, I can't help it, Ferric Phoenix, Andorth, Catastros, Live Action Pixel, Catfish Water Dancer, Durry Quill, Steppagen, all of you, thank you so much. 4 years and going strong. Really appreciate it. To the Noble One and Bright Kahama, it was lovely to meet you and hopefully get to hang out some more. I think we're like 4 follows away from 4K, so feckin' wee! And to Steppagen, Git Ned, Varbles, J-Post, Soft Jules, Admiral Crunch, Lance Icarus, War Striker, Jupiter, The Whole Planet, British Beaver, Vanderbeest, Dinobot, who was messing with me this morning, Harmonious Ereman, Lizzie Tapow, Catastros and Saglin, Sage Bell. I try not to do the Matt Berry voice and it comes through. Cream, Danny Sink, Mr. Crunchy Pizza, Inganar, a sleepy streamer and the X-Ray, wearing orb, Vulture Pony, Draconic Dude, Lily Flowers, Gina? There. I'm so sorry, I butchered that, my apologies. Sailiers, Akanti, BYO Battleship, Cereman, Ceremony? Rudimage, Halo Grunt, Skynix Dystoria, Fennec Phoenix, Mr. Dom Rocks, Super Hippie, Glenn Crusher, Live Action Pixel, Get to the Boat, ET3 Stooge, The Noble One, Caffeine, Meow Kitty Sakura, all of you, thank you. Some of you were celebrating 43 months, the maximum one could have in this space, and some of you were tagged by the glorious hunters of House Carl. Thank you kindly. To Pepsi and Lord Lost and Found, thank you for bringing in those teeny tiny raids. And let us pay it forward. So, friends, as I said, Geek Girl-Con is doing a charity drive at the moment. Ah!
Sneak 2 bells.
Sneak 2 bells! Amos, leave it. Yes. So we are heading over there. Friends, I sincerely hope that if you can, support them as best. I'm going to be hanging out and watching their adventures for the rest of the evening, so that is where you will find me. As soon as I get...
Amos Chaos.
Yeah, we're coming up on Chaos Hours. Fucking... Hooray! Wee! But, that is not what's important. What's important tonight is we're going to go support some great people who are fighting hard for a great cause. Alright? Alright. So, from me, faffing about on the Sea of Thieves, to you on the internet. Come with me now on a journey through time and space, as we do some good in this world.
Ding ding.
Alright, one more ding ding before raiding. Alright, 2 bells! Usually you have to wait till Friday till you get that. Amos, what are you doing, mate? It's already starting. Alright, friends, have a lovely rest of your evening. If you need us, we'll be on Discord. Come join me for the stream. Tomorrow's Hades. I'm a complete disaster. Thank you for keeping me alive. Yeah, I think that's the long and short of it. To be continued, friends. To be continued.